We can rise above, we are invincible! Take us down. Push the button, Max.
Not just superstition! 25 years! And it's all mine!
Who are you? Where are we? You don't matter!
Yeah!
Repo Man, dude!
Where is my mind? This live stream of consciousness is addicting me.
Hello, everybody. Let's see how late I am. Great, I'm freaking 21 minutes late. And the dog decided to go crazy now. Okay, so I thought I had everything fixed up. Hey, Macabre Comics. Yeah, if you're here, sound off. I tried using YouTube Classics one last time for this month, but apparently it wasn't receiving any of the information I was getting from my OBS. So unfortunately, I had to start through here. I'm going to bring in the guests very quickly. Tonight we have at least 3 guests coming in. Denny Roth, Wyn the Rogue, and my friend Hawanja, a.k.a. Mark. So we're going to get Mark in right now, and then we'll bring in Denny Roth in a little bit. Sorry about that. I had to mute for a little bit. We have a chihuahua going on the other room. So, alright. So everything's coming along nicely. Good. Okay. So let me bring in my first guest. This is Livestream of Consciousness. It's a show I try to do at least once a month. For better or ill. There's 3 people watching. That's good. If we can get a 4th one, that's good. But let us bring in the first of tonight's many victims. I mean guest stars. Guest stars. Total guest stars. There's the Skype...
Hello.
Hello. Okay, excellent. Sorry about the 21-minute delay there. I was trying to, like, I don't...
God damn it, Raph. I mean, no problem.
You stupid idiot! Mark, stop!
So you can hear me okay?
Yeah,
cool?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Can everyone in the live stream hear him okay? We'll get an answer soon, so...
Let's hope so.
Yeah, but no, apparently I tried using YouTube Classics for one last time, and it was not taking. So yeah, there we go. But
so is it just me and you right now, or are there other people in the stream?
We will have the paleontologist and fellow kaiju fan Denny Roth coming in soon, and we're gonna let him introduce himself in full since you're new to him and he's new to you. But until then, sir, go ahead and introduce yourself. Actually, let me make a quick introduction, and you go on from there. If you've seen the Mystery Science Theater fan episodes on Brands End Films that I did with Brayton Connor, tonight's guest, our first guest, is, of course, the Mark, the Crimson roommate himself. Mark, a.k.a. Hawanja.
How you guys doing?
Hey, so... And, hold on, oh, darn it, I'm getting so mixed up around here. Okay, I'm going to ignore the live stream on YouTube itself because it's not in real time. So, but yeah, it's like, do a Kilocon impression, I can hear you fine. So it's like, I can't think of a Kilocon impression right now. I'll think of something later right now, but I'm just getting off the stress of just trying to get this thing to work. So, but Mark, go ahead and introduce everybody. Go ahead and plug your stuff, if you will, and I will get the second guest up in a little bit.
My name is Mark. Hi, everyone. I actually have a couple of YouTube channels. I have one called Why I Hate the World, where I talk mainly about politics and culture and stuff like that. And then I have another channel called UCD Videos, which is a gaming and movie and toy review channel. So way back in the day, I used to have a website where I would called Ultimate Console Database, where I would talk about video games, and it was mainly like a website for consoles, game consoles, and I had lots of pictures that I collected of various game consoles and especially clones, so you like see these like clone game systems that'll be like a knockoff or something of the old Nintendo, that kind of thing. Well, apparently there's hundreds and hundreds of those out there that have just been like, that's been a thing for like 30 years. So that kind of fascinated me. So I sort of accumulated all these pictures of them and I started actually collecting them myself and I made a website out of it. So that's where UCD comes from. It started as a gaming channel and I'm kind of turning it into like an all-around pop culture kind of thing. I'm talking more about toys and movies and that kind of thing. So that's my footprint on YouTube there. Yeah, I don't know. Anything else I should mention?
No, that was a very good introduction. I have to say, is UCD? Am I saying it right?
Yeah, UCD videos.
Yeah, UCD videos is extremely fun. You do a lot of toy and video game reviews there. And to anybody in the stream, I would highly recommend it. I'll be sharing the link pretty soon. Yeah, let me get the link for that. I'll share that in the chat section pretty soon. So, but Macabre Comics and Shoma, what do you think of that reveal from VK? Godzilla versus King Kong. Are you talking about the Mechagodzilla toy, or is there something else going on? Because I'm not up to date on a lot of kaiju stuff or whatever happened.
What? Really, Raph?
Yeah.
Say it so.
No, it's true. I have a life outside kaiju. Okay.
So what's this reveal about anyway?
Yeah.
Did it like a villain or something? Or?
Apparently, I don't know. I think there's supposed to be like, there was supposed to be a toy leak showing that Mechagodzilla is supposed to be in the new movie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know. Yes, okay, it is the Mechagodzilla leak. I don't know. I would have been okay without Mechagodzilla because we already have the main event, which is going to be Kong versus Godzilla. And there's so many monsters in the MonsterVerse, you could have used them as side characters and whatnot. And I'm slightly more interested in new monsters in addition to the old.
Same here.
Yeah.
Same here. I would really like to see new stuff, like, because they, especially like because in King of the Monsters, they introduced all these different Titans that we only saw for like a couple of seconds. You know what I mean? Like Methuselah, and then the one with the tusks, whatever it was called.
Right.
Yeah, and we only really got to see those guys, like, they were only on screen for, like, barely, a couple of seconds. And it's like, well, I'd like to see more of stuff like that. So, I mean, it's awesome that there's going to be Mechagodzilla, obviously. I'll take it. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just, like, I don't know. I mean, I think they do that because those characters are really popular and they want to, like, draw people in and that kind of thing. But, so, you can't blame them for using established characters.
Yeah, and well, not only that, but established. One of the reasons they went with new monsters, of course, is because Toho puts a very big price tag on each and every monster. Now, of course, there's exceptions to the rules. IDW got themselves a really good deal using all those different Toho monsters in a comic medium. But as far as the American big movies go, I think they definitely had to create new monsters. And from what I understand, they came very close to not even showing those monsters. They were just all going to be little bleeps on screens until they decided they needed more of an impact. And we got a handful of Mutos. One of them was kind of a reused, slightly altered Muto. There was a Muto with spikes all over it or something. Yeah, so... that you saw at the end. Yes, exactly. So, but yeah, by the way, sorry if there's like cats and if you hear cats and shit, meowing, it's because I have my mother's cats here and they're like very needy, so I'll try to be quiet. Oh, don't worry about the cats. The big problem is I have this really stupid Chihuahua with me right now, who loves to start nonsense whenever whatever. But anyways, all right, we might be having Denny Roth come and join us, and we'll let him introduce himself. But, in fact, he's right here. Denny, are you out there, our boy?
Yeah, I'm out here, but you're coming through my speakers, not really through my headset.
Okay.
How you doing?
Not doing too bad.
Okay.
Yeah, no camera found. Speakers. Defaults. Okay, let's try this. Raph, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah, we can hear you, dude.
Okay,
All right. Macabre Comics, can you hear Raph? I mean, can you hear
there
Denny?
we go. There
Okay.
we go. Okay, got that fixed.
Okay, then.
All right, who else is with us?
Yes, this is Mark Rivers. Mark, go ahead and... oh, darn it. I don't know if you were listening beforehand.
Okay, how you doing?
How you doing, Mark? Nice to meet you.
Friend of Raph's. Me and Raph go way back. So.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes, as you'll quickly find out, Mark, it's not exactly keen Raph here. It's very Raph deprecating or defecating. I don't know what's the correct terminology.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's like, you mean you don't treat Raph like this on a daily basis? What the fuck?
But
wait, if we're live streaming on YouTube, what the frick?
Yes, yeah. Well, it's not. Yeah, not really. Shrek is the best.
Should we not use profanity in the stream? I mean, I could try not to.
Yeah, well, I have it marked for adults because I will be strip teasing in a half an hour from now. But
oh God, get me the bleach now! Get me the brain bleach now!
Right. But no. Let's definitely try to keep the cursing to a minimum. We have somebody in the chat named Shrek is the best. Hello, nice to have you here. I think it might be one of KaijuNoir's frequent viewers. But yeah.
Wait, we got the stream's up. Let me find it. Yeah, Raph.
Hey, Raph.
Yeah.
Can you do a screen share through Skype, or is that not possible?
You can.
Not through OBS, but if you can send me images directly by Skype, I might be able to share them on screen if you have subjects you want to share.
No, it's just so we could read the comments, but no worries, dude.
Okay, here's a live stream of consciousness. Here we go. Okay.
I can I can just tune in on my phone here and then see if anybody's coming. Anyway, go on. Sorry.
Okay, yeah.
Never mind.
I just shared the link to this particular stream that's going on. All right, so Denny wasn't listening to the beginning of the show. I should have brought you early on. Anyways, Denny, go and introduce yourself so Mark knows what the hell's going on.
All right, my name is Denny Roth. I am a freelance artist, currently unemployed because, well, my last job got bought out by a bigger company and gave us a nice bit of payment for that, and the job was terrible, so I left of my own volition, and I'm currently working on moving up to Seattle, which I have a couple of job prospects that have popped up, so I'm going up that way. But what I'm mostly known for, if you have a lot of kaiju fans, I do a lot of kaiju art, a lot of kaiju fan art. You can see that on my DeviantArt at drstudios.deviantart.com. I also have a webcomic, Martial Star, that I'm trying to get chapter 4 done before Van Cath in May. So that is currently something I'm working on and trying to get done. And I might be moving to Seattle in the next month or so. So that's gonna put a wrench in everything.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, any particular reason why you're moving to Seattle? Other than to hunt the ghost of Kurt Cobain.
I'm getting the heck out of Kansas. I've been in Kansas since '97. I've been in this particular town where I went to college at for 17 years this May. So I have been here way too much. There's no job opportunities really for me. There's nothing for me really to keep me attached. So I want to go somewhere where there's some more job opportunities for something different and just get on to a new chapter in my life.
Okay. All right. So
bring a raincoat. You're going to Seattle.
I didn't catch that. You cut out.
Bring a raincoat if you're going to Seattle.
Which is funny you mentioned that. I was actually up in Seattle visiting Winter and Guy and his roommate. And when we were up there, it was raining and cold and like fall weather up there. The entire time I was up there, except the day I left, in which it was the brightest, sunniest, clear sky day. I could actually see Mount Rainier finally. And that's when they were going to drop me off at the airport for my return flight back to the snow in Colorado.
Right on.
Okay. So, and Mark, you want to give the condensed version of your introduction so Denny knows what the heck's going on? I know this is a terrible live stream, by the way.
Well, yeah, it's a live stream.
You guys cut out out a minute there, but you're back on now. So.
Okay. Oh, you didn't hear me?
No. I can hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, continue, please.
Oh yeah. No, I was gonna say, Mark, do you want to give Denny the Cliff Notes version of what's your deal?
Oh, me?
Yes. I'm sorry again.
No problem. Well, I'm an artist also. I actually have a DeviantArt site too. It's Hawanja on DeviantArt. I have a webcomic that I have not created in like 10 years called Hawanja.com. I also have 2 YouTube channels. One of them is called Why I Hate the World, which is a mainly talk about politics and stuff like that, current events, news. And then I have another channel called UCD Videos, which is from an old website I used to have called Ultimate Console Database, where I talk about video games. And lately I've been doing a lot of toy reviews and like movie reviews, stuff like that. And I want to get more into like that kind of thing, kind of have like an even, like, just make it more of like a pop culture in general sort of channel. So, yeah, but it's coming along. God, what else do I do? I think that's pretty much it. I like to take long walks on the beach and yell at old people and kick small dogs. And, that's pretty much it.
Oh, yeah.
And me and Raph, we kind of go back a little bit. I think I met Raph, God, what was it? 2009, I think?
Maybe
At the
2005?
Comic Bug.
Okay.
2005. Yeah, was it 2005? It was at the Comic Bug.
Yeah. Well,
Because they were doing a showing of Ultraman or something at the Comic Bug, so I went down to it.
Yeah, and
Right.
we also played the Godzilla Final Wars DVD, and it was shortly after they got released in America. So it may have been a lot sooner than 2009. So.
Yeah, it was back on the old Kaiju File forums, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, we knew each other even further back from there. Yeah, the Kaiju. Yeah, Rodan Roost, or the Kaiju Phil, which is no longer with us, in body or spirit or mind. Yeah, that was even further back. We're talking like maybe early 2000s, maybe.
Yeah, it was at least 2005. Yeah, it might have been earlier, but anyway, whenever that was. Oh.
Yeah. So, and I just shared Denny's DeviantArt page in the comment section. I also shared UCD videos in the comment section. So, okay.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So what do you usually talk about during these things anyway? Just movies and stuff, or?
Well,
please do not let the alter egos out. We will be here forever, and I'll just be head desking super hard.
No, I'm too tired and angry to be doing the funny voices. And Detective Dirty McCruption, you don't have anything to say, do you? No, not at all.
Oh, goddamn!
Back in my day when I was shut up, will you? Okay. All right. No, there's no Dirty McCruption tonight. We're gonna be okay.
Fun.
Right. So he's just standing there in the corner reading Big Jugs, which is a magazine about jugs, the kind you hold water and orange juice in. So being held by giant-breasted ladies. So
what is he trying? Is he trying to like make better moonshine? I mean, I don't know what's going on here.
I don't know. What are you doing back there? None of your business. He says none of our business.
Why did you sound like you should be wearing blackface and doing like blues concerts?
I don't know. Don't remind me of like that one attempt to do blackface on Kids in the Hall.
Oh no,
I'm a jazz man.
You mentioned that, and I've been watching Kids in the Hall lately. Someone uploaded a whole bunch of their season episodes, and I've been watching that and enjoying my life again.
Oh yeah,
it's the best.
I know. It's sad we don't have Brayton on tonight. He's a connoisseur of Canadian comedy because he himself is a funny guy from Canada. So,
funny is a stretch.
Mm-hmm. So
they made a Kids in the Hall movie back in the day, which was hilarious.
Brain candy. I have yet to see it.
It's hilarious. It's the funniest show. It's really funny, and unfortunately, they never made another one, and I don't think that it did too well.
Actually, they did. It's not a movie, but they did a mini series. Although it only showed up on, I think, Bravo or the Sundance Channel, and I think it was. I forgot what it was called, but it was sort of like a mystery thing that had the Grim Reaper as one of the main characters. I'll look into it. You keep talking about Brain Candy.
Yeah, it was one of my. It's hilarious if you ever get a chance to see it, and I really thought it was kind of like a missed opportunity because the movie, they don't really use any of their skits very much. It's kind of an original story, about a pharmaceutical company and stuff like that, and it's actually really funny. And I always thought that was too bad that they never actually made other movies to go into any of their characters that they have. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, but in the same instance, it's like it's like when they tried to do a movie about the Night at the Roxbury guys.
Oh yeah.
Those guys have been like, those guys are good in like 5-minute bursts. They can't carry a movie. It starts turning to like Dumb and Dumber with better music.
Well, has there actually ever really been a good Saturday Night Live movie except for the Blues Brothers? I mean,
Coneheads.
Coneheads. I'd argue Coneheads is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Maybe Wayne's World, I guess.
Wayne's World is actually also up there as well. Like, something that's not quite as overtly comic for the sake of being comic, but like they tell a story with comedy. There's different ways to try and do comedy like that, and the way that they did it with some of those movies is actually really good. And actually, I like the movie this guy just popped up here, Dog Soldiers. Dog Soldiers is a great movie.
Never saw it. Was that actually a Saturday Night Live movie?
No. Sorry, we're segueing away from SNL and we're going to monster movies.
Okay. Before we get into monster movies, that Kids in the Hall followed up Brain Candy many years later with a television miniseries called Death Comes to Town, which aired in 2010.
That's right.
Yeah. So, I had a good time with it, but I don't think it's as good as Brain Candy. So, it's about. Oh, what is it about?
I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, hold on. I'll just say that.
Actually, I was asking what Dog Soldiers was about, but it sounds kind of like a werewolf kind of thing, right?
It is exactly a werewolf kind of thing. It's actually one of the better werewolf movies.
Mm-hmm. I've only seen the last 20 minutes of Dog Soldiers, unfortunately, when Sci-Fi Channel used to air that thing in a lot. But do you and obviously Mark hasn't seen Dog Soldiers, but do you want to go a little deeper in your thoughts about Dog Soldiers, Denny?
Well, I play a lot. I've played a lot of werewolf games, particularly Werewolf the Apocalypse and Werewolf Forsaken. And Dog Soldiers is actually a really good way of depicting, a pack of werewolves, how they would act, and using pack tactics on their prey. Basically, the entire thing is they're English and Scottish soldiers doing training in the rough of England, Scotland area, heavily wooded area. And basically, they're doing kind of army exercises. Well, this small group of them, I think like half dozen group of them, kind of end up getting separated, or the unit they're going after for their war games, the other one gets attacked and destroyed. And then they end up running from a creature that's picking them off one by one, and they end up going and getting rescued by a local who takes them to a small hut or a small house where they try and find a way of getting out of the situation because there's no phone lines. It's out in the middle of the boonies, and it's actually really, really, really good. And you basically have the entire story of like an assault or a standoff siege kind of happening with werewolves instead of like orcs or anything like that. And it does do some really cool creature effects. Not found flicks. You can look up a good summary of it if you like riffing with your movies. Is Good Bad Flicks did a review of Dog Soldiers.
Oh yeah,
and that's actually a really good one to get a good gist of what it is, and also get to see a lot of the special effects because those things are really cool for werewolves.
Yeah, let me track down the link for that. And I will share it. So, what are your thoughts on werewolf movies in general? Any favorites, you two?
Oh, jeez. The Howling.
The Howling's almost pretty much quintessential. American Werewolf in London's pretty good.
Yeah. It's the quintessential werewolf movie right there.
Pretty much. I actually kind of liked Bad Moon.
Mm-hmm.
Bad Moon. Haven't seen that one.
Similar kind of vein here, but it's actually kind of good. Except it's out in the middle of nowhere. Focuses on a family, uncle, sister-in-law, and a nephew. I kind of like.
There were like 4 Howling movies, and really only the first one's any good. Like, second one's kind of lame, and then part 3 I think is subtitled The Marsupials.
Oh god,
And it's like you're getting into so bad it's good territory. And then number 4 I haven't seen because my DVD is scratched and it won't play, so I just haven't been motivated to like download it or anything. So
I like the.
Go on, you two keep going.
Okay.
Sorry, I actually liked Cursed. They came out with I want to say Christiali. It's not right. It's not right. I have no idea the hell was in it. But it was like
Ally
a more
McBeal
modern
was
werewolf.
a werewolf show. I did not know that.
That'd be funny. But no, when Cursed came out, that was actually pretty good.
Cursed, huh?
Yeah, Cursed. It's more recent. It's like in the last. I want to say early 2000s.
Yeah, wasn't that one of the cute girl from Dawson's Creek? Which one? And her brother dealing with a werewolf.
Something like that, yeah. Dealing with like curse and werewolf person. It's like the thing where the werewolf flips off a bunch of hunters is kind of what it frums.
Right.
So what about there's a movie where there's like 2 teenage girls, and one of them gets God, what the hell is that called?
Ginger Snaps.
Ginger Snaps. That movie rules.
Oh, I saw the first Ginger Snaps.
That one's really good. I mean, it's got the effects are really cheeseball. You know, they're very kind of cheap looking, but it's the actual writing in the movie and all that. You know, it's like the lycanthropy as a metaphor for, you know, coming of age, like deflowering a virgin kind of thing. It's actually pretty cool.
Sounds like a rip-off of Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
Only with more menstruation.
Oh. That was a weird scene with Michael J. Fox, wasn't it, ladies and gentlemen?
Or Michael J. Fox.
Okay, I had to. I know I didn't, but I had to.
You know, it was really weird. I saw the 2010 Wolfman, and I was right at the height when Twilight was really popular, and there was like a penchant from like a bunch of Twilight fans about Universal like trying to copy the werewolf idea from Twilight when it's the other way around. And it's like, this is, I swear it was not an Onion article. I swear it was not an Onion article. It was so dumb. It almost could be some kind of weird, like, parody of life, but no. Is
it similar to that article, like 10 monsters who could defeat Godzilla? And it's like some of the weakest monsters imaginable. Like I love the Tremors movies, but clearly a graboid cannot take out Godzilla.
Like clearly. Yeah. I mean, it's almost like Angry Video Game Nerd or the guy who does Cinemassacre when he said like the top monsters, like he puts the giant claw above King Kong, Gamera, and Godzilla. I'm like, the feck are you talking about? And I watched the movie. It was like, yeah, okay, I can see it's as big as a battleship. All right.
Well, anything as big as a battleship deserves to be the best monster ever made. So.
Wants to be the best, like no one ever was.
Yes, indeed. So, okay. So hold on, I'm going back to live stream. Somebody new is in the chat. Why hate the world? I don't know who that is.
Yeah, screw that guy. Kick him.
Yeah.
Sounds like he sucks.
I know, I hate that guy. I also hate this Inshoma guy who keeps putting links. So I do. I don't know if you're there, Juggler89, but I'm sorry we had to start a new live stream. Hopefully he got the message on the old one. But yeah, it just stinks that I guess we can't use classic whatever live streaming on YouTube. Oh.
Nope.
So one of the questions we got earlier, and also I want to quickly answer Shrek is the best question. I have not seen Man in the High Castle, but I'm very familiar with the science fiction book because I did a lot of research on science fiction novels back when I was 6 years old. No, not 6 years old. Back in the 6th grade. I was a well-known film.
He was a well-read toddler.
Yes, exactly. So. Oh, little Raph when I had curls and then my pot belly wasn't that big. So, anyways.
You still have curls.
Yes.
What are you talking about?
Only when I don't bother to comb. But anyways. Yeah. But yeah, no, I have not seen Man in the High Castle. Although I am interested in seeing the series they made on it on Amazon. But yeah, I'm. Ooh, hold on. Deep yawn. Sorry about that.
What's that about? Man in the High Castle?
It takes place in an alternate universe where the Nazis and the Japanese won World War II. Basically the Germans have taken over the majority of America, whereas the Californian coast has been taken over by the Japanese because we're close there. And apparently the story makes it open. The Man in the High Castle, I think, is a reference to a gentleman who's from a parallel universe who shares films from our world of the Nazis being defeated, and it kind of inspires a revolution as well as scaring the Nazis and thinking that this real footage could either lead to an invasion from our world or something of that nature. But Shrek and the Best might give a better plot synopsis if he's up to it. But we did have one question earlier that Macabre Comic brought up, and that's the Gamera Blu-ray that's coming out and our thoughts on it. So yeah, I'll just like I comically noted on my Facebook, Gamera is going to shoot an arrow into Godzilla's Criterion. Go on.
Why don't you give us a rundown of what's included with that? I saw the link that you gave me, but yeah, like if you want to, for the audience, like what's actually in that collection.
Okay, so quick rundown. Arrow Video has been doing these fantastic Blu-ray and DVD releases with tons of extras for some of the crummiest movies imaginable and some generally good movies. In fact, they've kind of defeated Scream Factory in that regard as far as like really good content is concerned. And they've just announced about a couple of days ago that, well, they announced a while back that they were going to do a Gamera collection, but now they've revealed that it's going to be all 12 films, including Gamera the Brave, the trilogy, and the original Showa era films, both the Japanese and American versions. It's a limited edition, but that's not going to keep me from buying it when it comes out. But here's some of the stuff that's coming up on it. These are not the final specs, but this is definitely stuff we know is going to be there. Limited collector's edition packaging housed in a large format right box, fully illustrated by our friend Matt Frank. All 12 uncut Japanese versions of the films in high definition with lossless Japanese and English audio. So you can, if you love dubs, you get dubs. If you love subtitles, you get subtitles. 4K restoration of the critically acclaimed Heisei trilogy. That includes Gamera, The Guardian Universe, Gamera 2, Attack of Legion, Gamera 3, Revenge of Iris, and Gamera 3, The Big Trailer. I'm joking. There is no Gamera 3, The Big Trailer. Hours of new and archive bonus features, expert commentaries from August Ragoon, David Callett, Steve Rifle, and Ed Gadzuski. So I can't say his name. I'm sorry. Yeah, Gadzuki, Ed Gadzuki.
Ed Gadzuki?
Yes, and Gadzuki. Interview. Yeah, sorry, Ed, if you're listening to this. No, you're not. But interviews with cast and crew and a worldwide Blu-ray premiere of Gamera the Invincible, the American theatrical version of the first film. A hardback 120-page comic book, including the full-color reprint of the 4-issue Gamera comic series, originally released by Dark Horse Comics in '96, and the first-ever English-language printing of the prequel comic The Last Hope by Matt Frank and Joshua Bugash. And a perfect bound 80-page book, including a new retrospective on the series by Patrick Miklas, Kaiju X-Ray illustrations by Jaeyoung Yoitz, and much, much more. And holy crap! And it's even knowing it's going to be a little pricey, about $179 at most SRP, and RRP is only $150. It's pretty insane, and this
worth the money right there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like my mouth is watering for the comics alone, but it's like I said, Gamera shot his arrow and hit Godzilla in the Criterion collection.
Here's the thing about that I'm actually kind of surprised is because the Last Hope, Matt did that already. I have it.
Mm-hmm. But the rest of the world doesn't.
Well, no. He did it at G-Fest.
Oh yeah,
and he did it as like an unlicensed like doujinshi kind of thing, where it's an unlicensed comic featuring the characters, and then he somehow got Daiei to give him the okay with it, and now he's getting this. With this is actually kind of a fun thing, but he actually released it beforehand as a little fan comic. He sold at G-Fest not too long ago, so I find it kind of funny. I will say this about the cover that I've seen like splashing around Facebook, the one that Matt Frank did. I'm not the biggest fan of it, to be honest. It's kind of bland, and I like half of it, which is the half with the Aztec or Atlantean designs of all of Gamera's foes in the Showa series, but otherwise it's just kind of bland for something this cool. I mean, some of the other interior art that's been leaked looks a lot cooler and grabs my attention a little bit more. Right.
Like the Gauss picture is really good. And speaking of giant winged bat monsters who shoot lasers, Wyn has joined us.
Excuse me, did you just assume my fantasy species? I'm clearly an elf.
All right, I take that back. Speaking of giant elves that can shoot lasers from their mouths, hi, Wyn.
Hello.
Okay, that was an attempt to shoot a laser.
Was that a laser misfire?
You gotta bear with me. I did just drink a sugar-free Red Bull.
Okay.
So carbonation, and once more I'm fueled on sugar!
Oh no! We're doing voices? No, we're not doing voices.
This is only 10% of my power.
all right, Super Ultra Instinct Shaggy, dial it back.
Okay, all right. So,
you're not fun.
I'm the most fun you'll ever have. No, I'm just kidding. I'm boring as hell.
Yeah. So, when we got Denny Roth, you may remember him, the Sasquatch gentleman from the Halloween live stream. And
Halloween. That was a really good day for me. That's when I quit.
Right. Oh, so no wonder
yes, I remember we had to reel in an undead biker, if I remember correctly.
Oh, let's. Don't worry, we're not doing any voices. Did somebody say voices? No, we're not doing voices, Detective Jerry McCruppen.
Well, that is at least not as frequent. I will do some here and there for shits and giggles, but only out of fun, and they'll be brief.
Right. And join us is a new person, new to this live stream, not new to ourselves. Mark, a.k.a. Hawanja, from Why I Hate the World and UCD videos. And
how you doing?
Yeah, and you probably best know him as Mark the Crimson Roommate from the Mystery Science Theater fan episodes we made. So we got the most popular character in that fan trilogy is here with us right now. So,
yeah.
All right, but
hello, howdy everybody.
Yeah. So, Wyn, do you want to introduce yourself to everybody, or to Mark in particular? So.
Oh yes, hello. Okay. I'm Wyn. I do the voice of Boo, the Boyish Wonder, in Raph's Waffle Man radio play. And I'll be reprising that role when we get around to recording for the Glue podcast. And I'm pretty much his go-to voice actress.
Yes, because I don't know any other voice actresses. And thank goodness, too, because like me and Brayton, the funny story was, if you remember the Waffle Man radio play we did, we came very close to doing the Boo voice ourselves, and it just came out as a disaster because with Brayton it sounded like the Robin from the Adam West series, and with me it just sounded like an old woman. It's like, oh no, I'm so cold. Why am I so small? You know, something terrible like that.
Yep, but that got remedied easily.
Yes, thank you so much, and hopefully we can get that. We're planning on doing a fake podcast featuring the characters of Glue, which is the Global Lords United Endeavor, which is a group of supervillains. Convoluted, and Shoma convoluted. But we'll see what happens. But we were planning on doing that for April's 1st, but that might be held back a bit. But that's definitely one of the big projects I want to do this year. In addition with the 3rd episode of the Mystery Science Theater, which is going to be a big woozy. That's not even a real word, is it?
So, speaking of that, are they going to do another Gamera movie?
Yes, we're doing Gamera Super Monster, which... you've seen it?
Well, yeah, I mean, I have them all. I actually have all of them, like, on Blu-ray, so that's baking. That's because we were just talking about the, box set there, and I'm debating. It's like, is all this extra stuff worth me like buying them again?
Yeah.
And I have to say yes. Actually, it does sound worth it.
Yeah, and not only that, but the quality would be, because it's like I don't mind the cheaper run Mill Creek Gamera Blu-rays, but they did leave a lot to be desired in the picture area. So, right. So, by the way, Brayton is thinking of doing a series where he reviews all the public domain Mill Creek DVDs, and he calls it Up a Mill Creek.
The Mill Creek without even a boat.
Yeah, so, by the way, we haven't gone crazy with the puns yet, but right now the working title for this episode is Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
I'm all for it.
Right, so... I can just hear Denny just rolling his eyes right now.
There are worse puns, I'll fully admit.
Okay.
I just read one, actually, just right now. I made a playlist for hiking. It has music from Peanuts, the Cranberries, and Eminem. I call it my trail mix.
Oh god, I read that one. I saw that subreddit post.
Oh god, that's great. I love that. Oh god. But then also the image pops in my head of somebody eating a trail mix bag, but it's filled with like miniature clones of all those band members. So that's disturbing. Why did I share that? Oh. And it got quiet here. I'm sorry, everybody.
You killed the chat, Raph.
Yeah,
you killed the chat.
Yeah, that's what I always
You're
do.
good.
Okay. But when we were talking about this Gamera box set from Arrow Video, which has come out in late June or early July, and this thing is crazy. It's like there's a link. I just posted a link on both our sides that you can see for yourself just to see how massive this thing's gonna be. But it's like I think Gamera just won off Godzilla and is like mooning him. But then I remember Gamera has a shell and a tail and he can't really show off his buttocks. So. There's an image for everybody tonight.
I always thought that Gamera would win in a fight if they ever like got the rights and did like a Freddy versus Jason kind of thing where they like crossed him over. You know,
you mean
he's just like more maneuverable and can fly and etc. That I don't really see how he could lose. But
well, don't you know Godzilla can do that too? He can fly. He can dance.
Yeah, well, maybe turn himself into a magnet, I guess.
He's the first ever Jedi. He's the first ever Jedi.
On one hand, I would love to see that. On the other, you know that if they ever made a verse movies, it's going to be all about those silly humans.
Especially as children, because Gamera is friend to children.
Oh, no.
Gotta have some people in there, or else it's like, I mean, you can't just have a movie that's 2 hours of monster fighting. I mean, it would just be the best thing ever, but of course they're never going to do that.
Well, oh, God. There was...
Don't get me started.
Yeah.
Don't get me started.
Anyways, we'll talk about that maybe later, never, ever. But
I'm sorry, I had to, because it made me think of the whole Alien versus Predator movie.
No.
I enjoyed it, but at the same time, there was too many silly humans, not enough Alien versus Predator.
Here's a problem with that. Like, Alien versus Predator was fine, I think. It wasn't great. It was, like, average. But Alien versus Predator Requiem, I still want my life back from watching that stupid movie.
I never saw that one. I'm guessing it was worse.
Okay, well, one, it was kind of dark, but apparently the home release makes it even darker. The problem I have with it was just stupid. Like, it's basically the Godzilla Final Wars of the Alien franchise. Where there's really no story, there's no point to it other than have everything just fight each other. Granted, they didn't have a stupid soccer scene, although that may have actually helped it. Shut up, you don't know anything.
Like, come on.
Their first mistake was not doing it in the future, like the comics and the books had it. It should have been them in the future fighting Space Marines, not in 1995 fighting. You know what I mean? Like
I do agree with that. I do agree with that to a point, but it's like there was so much more they could have done with it, even for the first one. Which I thought the first one for the setup they had and decided to go with was okay, but at the same time, it's like Fox don't care. Besides, anyways, the alien is now a Disney queen. I mean, come on.
Well, that's true.
Okay.
I mean, they had a perfectly good story that fit in with the established lore and all of that stuff, and instead they went with this like ancient aliens thing, and it's like, whatever, you know. And yeah, like the first one is like mediocre, but Requiem, I agree with you, is definitely a missed opportunity there. Could have done it a lot better, you know.
I saw Requiem. Is it just me, or is it also needlessly cruel, even by Alien and Predator standards?
It's R-rated.
Oh, I know, but it goes to some pretty.
That's like the only good thing about it, that it's like gory and it's got like a whole hospital full of people getting infected and, you know, having chest bursts and stuff. Like,
I know.
Well, the worst thing. The worst freaking thing was like how the Predalien like multiplied. It's like I don't mind that it did that, but it's like it kind of targeted women, and I'm like, I don't feel comfortable about this. And I know Alien is all about making me uncomfortable, but I'm uncomfortable with this.
Well,
I was okay with that. I didn't like the fact that it had fucking dreadlocks. It's like, what? Like, why is it?
It's a Rastafarian.
Yeah, that's dumb, dude. Come on.
That's why we've
yeah.
That's why we've never gone to the Predator planet, because 20th Century Fox can't afford the reggae soundtrack.
Dude, it's like you what do you mean you can't afford a reggae soundtrack? Just like get a steel drum and like just start banging on it, and you'll get music somehow.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's not that simple.
You don't know.
Okay, I do know.
Just smoke some weed and bang on a steel drum, you'll be fine.
Right.
I'm not gonna lie though, it probably would have been better if there were Space Marines. Even more so if it was the armor out of Warhammer 40k. But that's just me.
Everybody loves it.
Totally.
Remember to give your love to Papa Nurgle.
Every time I hear Nurgle, I think Nurgle from the Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy, and I just have no respect anymore.
Right. Go on.
Well, that's because I'm not gonna lie. When I first heard that in Billy and Mandy when I was a lot younger, because I only read bits and pieces of Warhammer lore, but I really want to eventually try my hand at playing it. I found out shortly after I watched the episode from a friend of mine who's a hardcore Warhammer fan that Nurgle was actually one of the 4 gods of chaos in that universe.
So now Nurgle, wasn't he like this like green friendly goblin looking thing, like almost an elephant?
I was gonna say, in terms of the Warhammer thing, the artwork, he's kind of big, he's kind of rotund, he is green.
Mark, you're kind of breaking out there. It sounds like you're a Tron character that's gone drunk.
Let me put it this way.
Okay.
In comparison, he would make Jabba the Hutt and Queen Slugfur from Earthworm Jim look like supermodels.
Ooh. Okay.
And that takes a fucking miracle, because Slugfur was fucking hideous.
And yet, Jabba the Hutt could win pageants.
With those big, beautiful amber eyes of his.
And that tongue.
Yeah.
That whole thing was like...
Hey, people like them extra thick these days.
Right. Oh.
Extra thick!
It's like thick.
Right. Okay, we get it. You two love Jabba the Hutt. Okay, take your creepy fan fart away from me. Just a two quick asides. Macabre Comics. I have an interest in films. I want to run this concept by you. An Ultraman-like hero falling to the hands of a maniac, so a serial killer who turns into an Ultraman. Pretty dark.
They've already done that. It's called Red the Kaiju Killer, and Matt Frank draws it.
All right. Oh, Redman. So.
Yeah, Redman.
The stream is all choppy, guys. Okay, it's back.
Oh yeah, Redman. Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I've only flipped through. I don't know enough about Redman, nor do I really. I don't have a particular interest to get into that, to be honest. Like it doesn't gel with me.
Yeah, it's a very simple series. It's just literally this Ultraman guy going around the field attacking recycled monster suits. And it's very surreal in some of the scenes, because sometimes a monster will be skipping down the road in the middle of the field, and then just the camera zooms on a silent Redman who's been like waiting for him this whole time. And the thing about Redman is it's not a complete series. It was just like a bunch of short segments that aired between larger segments on Japanese children programming blocks. Sort of like, like if you put in like a little music video in between your Billy and Mandy and your Teen Titans. It was something similar like that. But apparently when Tubrai Productions started its official YouTube channel, bless them, they posted a bunch of Redman episodes, and all of a sudden Redman got a new cult following in both America and Japan, which led to Matt Frank's pretty surreal comic book series. To be honest, I think the comic series is way better than the original show it's based on, especially since it actually gets to play around with a lot of obscure Tubaraya monsters that you would never see return proper ever again. Including like monsters from the really obscure Fight Mighty Jack, aka James Bond versus Giant Monsters.
Oh, Mighty Jack.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Mighty Jack. The Japanese series that started as a serious spy fiction series, but then kids got bored with it, and it's like, damn it, the second season will just be them fighting giant monsters. I don't care. Throw in anything. Have them fight plant people.
That sounds kind of awesome.
Yeah. Oh, for a while there was actually... Oh, and also just a quick... The image... We were talking about Gamera versus Godzilla, and the image above is from the really obscure 1970s stage show that aired over at Expo 70 in Japan, which was literally a joint venture between Toho and Dai, Gamera versus Godzilla. Unfortunately, barely any images survive of this, and you're probably wondering where the hell is That's Gorosaurus from King Kong Escapes. He's one of the...
What image are you talking about?
The one that's on the live stream right now. I'll share it on the Skype right now. So
yeah, the live stream is not catching up for me yet. It's still just showing me the Inshoma Presents.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that. Okay, hold on. I'm terrible at multitasking.
And I'm asking you to do some work for me. What have I gotten myself into?
Oh, that's okay. Like coloring pictures is going to be a lot easier than doing this live stream. But yeah, I just shared the image with you guys on Skype. Gorosaurus was one of the characters from in this live show, since the costume was still in good condition, along with Jiger and Space Gauss. And this image is so weird because it looks like Gorosaurus is doing a Bette Midler style one-man show. It
looks like he's guest starring in Carnosaur.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say it looks more like
such little stubby legs.
Carnosaur.
It's leg day.
Right.
This is a kaiju that missed leg day.
Hey Val, it's leg day.
Right, so I'm coming to get you, King Kong. Oh, I broke my little tiny leg.
We told you not to skip leg day.
Right. So.
Well, Gorosaurus is the one kaiju who can't, because you know how strong his kick is.
So now that he has these tiny legs, it'll be like a very annoying tap on the back. What was that? Oh, it's just you, Gorosaurus, and your tiny freakish feet. Come on, guys, leave me alone.
Oh my god, I think Gorosaurus might actually be the one kaiju that can actually make the excuse for why kaiju are freaking ninjas.
It's a real condition, guys. Leave me alone.
What?
I was trying to do a stereotypical nerdy impersonation, saying it's a medical condition. Leave me alone.
Okay, all right.
I suddenly got a small fuzzy cat jump in my face because he wants pets.
Oh.
So, face full of cat fur. I love it.
That's oh god. When you go the distance for this terrible show of ours, of mine. So that's
I apologize for the bad impersonation. Maybe it'll be better if I don't have Navi jumping in my face.
Okay. Well, look on the bright side. 2 days ago, I'm dog sitting for some friends, and they got a huge dog. Her name is Xena, like the warrior princess. And she's like a husky, or the kind of breed they use to portray wolves on Game of Thrones. And she's just a little over a year old, and she's massive for her size. And I was gonna say, at least you got at least it's not as bad as one time where she jumped right into my face and accidentally French kissed me.
Oh dear God!
I know.
I got a story. So,
next time, breathe through your nose.
Right.
Well, they do say the mouth of a dog is significantly cleaner than humans in most studies.
Well, that kind of makes the situation slightly better. Thank you.
Not for the dog. Your mouth is filthy.
I know the dog doesn't know any better. Good point, Rob. Good
So
point,
my
Denny.
little dog,
Ew,
right? The
human
one that's
germs.
in the
Go on, Mark has a story.
my little
for us.
dog, the one that's in the Mystery Science Theater.
Ace.
Mystery Science Theater, little Alfred, that one.
Yes.
Decided to climb up on the table and pee in my wife's purse
Oh.
for some reason that we don't know why. We think it's him. I mean, there's no proof that it was actually him, but none of the other animals have ever done anything like this. And he's the newest one, so we're blaming him.
Okay.
Just kind of like, that's a message right there.
That
I don't
sounds
know.
like a spite pee.
Yeah, that's like personal. That's not just like, oh, I'm just gonna pee here. No, he actually had to climb up on the table and go through the couch and all this other shit. Very, very bad.
Bad dog. Terrible animal.
So when we were filming that, by the way, and Raph's holding the dog, it's like terrified of him. Absolutely terrified, and it kept trying to jump and like escape. And I have a baby gate in front of the door to my little man cave room here, and it like jumps over the gate to like run away. Absolutely terrified of Raph. I don't know why.
Well,
I'd be terrified if Raph held me too.
Yeah. I knew you were gonna say something.
Just the image of Raph holding a grown ass huge man like a dog, trying to squirm and get away.
All right. So, would you be regular size, or I somehow shrunk you with magic?
I would be legitimately life size.
Okay. That would be quite a feat, though. You gotta give him that. But oh god. So, yeah. So here's the thing about that little dog, Alfred. I think he's okay with me when I'm out of costume, but when I'm dressed up as a Crimson Weirdo with like the crimson lights and the loud voices and the hypno glasses, yeah, I'd be terrified too. Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of spite pissing on things, actually,
Let's segue into that subject now.
Actually, no.
Yeah.
I got my own embarrassing animal story. We had a neighbor's cat named Blackjack. He was this big black Burmese cat, and Burmese cats are very affectionate, almost to the point of almost being like dogs themselves. But one day, this cat freely roamed around the neighborhood. He would just come to people's houses, especially if we had the front doors open. And he came into our room, and oh my god, I am so happy I didn't have any art supplies, because one time he just decided to sleep on top of my my little case that I take all my artwork in. It's sort of a not a suitcase, but a bag case, that black one. You know what I'm talking about, Mark. And he just and he just, after he was done sleeping, he just peed on it like it was a cat box and ran away. And it's like, dude, why? So yeah, it's like, I am so happy that, that it didn't get worse, but it could have been worse, if you know what I mean.
Everybody's a critic.
Yeah. He saw my Glue comics and he was like, no. Bad. So I'm trying to find a new image to post here, but I can't find anything ironic and funny. So, oh well. Okay, but yeah, let's segue. Hold on, let me see if there's anything in the live chats. In Shoma, Macabre Comics ask, hold on. Designing kaiju is difficult. Of course it is. Hey, in Shoma, if you want to get into obscure kaiju, have you ever heard of Orochi's Counterattack? Yes, I have heard of it, and it was on YouTube briefly. It was an independent film, ladies and gentlemen, that was made in, I think, the late 80s or early 90s, and it was an early work of the people who would go on to do the Gamera special effects, and also Daikon film, which eventually evolved into Gainax. And it was a live-action film about this multi-headed alien cyborg monster that looked more like a multi-headed turtle than the multi-headed dragon of legend. That went on a rampage, and it was semi-comedic, because one of the lead characters is this mad soldier in like huge Cartman-style police officer sunglasses who's just chasing this monster in his little tank throughout the whole thing, and there's these hilarious scenes of him just causing more damage in his tank than the giant monster is, like breaking through people's homes and grocery stores just to get to the monster quicker. And it's like, I think the main plot is a group of frog-type aliens are trying to use this monster to take over the world, but they're unsuccessful. And I think the film might still be on YouTube, but it's pretty it's obscure now, but give it time. I think SRS Cinema is going to be releasing it eventually, because they're releasing everything now. So
Yeah, it's definitely making me think of 3 different franchises. Godzilla. It definitely is making me think of our Officer Bar Brady from South Park, with a mix of the alien frogs from Sergeant Frog.
That's a good point.
Which I would recommend. Sergeant Frog is actually pretty charming and entertaining.
Yeah, is that still going, or did it finally meet its end?
I'm not sure. One thing I remember is that one of the main frogs is voiced by Todd Haberkorn.
Ah. Everyone loves Tom Haberkorn because he knows
Todd Haberkorn. He's Death the Kid and Soul Eater. He's does a lot of Watch Mojo anime countdowns on and off.
Yeah,
and
that guy.
He's also Natsu in Fairy Tail.
Right. He's also the master of kettle corn.
God damn it!
I'm sorry. I wonder if he got...
Why you do this?
I don't know. I'm a horrible person. I do horrible things. So it's oh wait, it's live stream of consciousness. Puns are welcome here. So quick, Mark, Denny, come up with puns. Go.
I'm sorry, what?
Damn
Puns?
it, Mark.
It would be hilarious though is if he used the powers of God to appear in here and say, "You know something, Raph? I could actually go for some kettle corn."
Oh.
It's very corny.
There we go. Okay, I just found a stupid image to share.
This isn't you strip dancing now, is it?
No, I've decided not to do that because it's cold.
You live in California.
But it's
It gets cold in California.
Yeah.
I don't believe it. California's on fire. It's never cold there.
It's not on fire right now at this moment.
Yeah, and
you don't know that.
No, Mark would know that. He almost lost his.
I do.
Yeah, go ahead and share that story about how you almost lost your condominium, Mark.
Segue. It came the fire. So not last year, but in 2018, it actually the Woolsey fire. That's where I live, and it came within like 20 feet of my front door. I mean, that shit was crazy. So yeah, and it's funny because I evacuated, right? Because they, cop drives up and then they tell you to evacuate, and they're basically they were overwhelmed. So if I get trapped in my house and it's burning down, nobody's coming because every firefighter in the world is out here, doing their things. So left, and I came back later, and I live in this condo complex, right? I have a condo. And there's this huge pile of fire extinguishers outside. And basically the people who didn't leave ran around and broke all the emergency fire extinguishers, and they were trying to fight it, right? And seriously, 20 feet from where my building is, from my front door, there's, it's all burned up. It was just crazy. Just that was not a good time for, anybody. And I don't know, man. I got lucky as hell. And luckily, here, close to where I was, kind of happy there. I think it's because everything already burned up. Right. But, yeah, man, that stuff is no joke, dude. That was
yeah.
Man.
It wasn't 10, it stopped 10 feet away from your front door?
20, yeah, like roughly 20 feet. I actually made a YouTube video about it. It was pretty crazy because right in front of where my place is, there's this sort of green belt, where there's grass and everything, and all of that burned up. And my neighbor told me that a plane did one of those airdrops and put it all out. So that was nuts. I don't know. We got kind of lucky. I mean, there were a lot of houses around where I am burned down, but that day was just like unbelievable, just because it was just it was like in every direction. You know what I mean? I wish I should have got some more video, because there's like this sort of hill next to the freeway where I live that it looked like freaking Mount Doom. You know what I mean? Like, it looked like Frodo should be going up there and dropping the ring off in the middle of it. It was just like crazy as hell. So, anyway, yeah, folks, only you can prevent forest fires, Smokey Bear.
Yeah.
But you're not the only one that can cause them.
Right.
Exactly.
So yeah, that was.
We all got depressed.
No, it's no. When I make really stupid, disturbing jokes about miniature band members being devoured in a trail mix, that's when it gets depressing. So.
You're welcome. You're welcome to balance it out. By the way, why did you share Reptilicus basically getting it on with itself?
No, I don't know. It was the only other. Okay, so I'm well, hold on. Let me read some of Macabre Comics things here. The Orochi's Counterattack was in 1985, and it's no longer on YouTube, unfortunately. What do you think of the oddity known as Wolfman versus Godzilla? We'll get there eventually, but first let me explain this madness. This was the only funny kaiju image I had up on, just to kind of change the monotony of the background. And this is from the very brief run of Reptilicus comics from Charlton Comics, and they introduced Reptilicus's mate, simply known as the mate of Reptilicus, in I think issue 2 or 3. And when she first showed up, she looked just like Reptilicus. And of course, the comic book version of Reptilicus was a much more sympathetic character than his movie counterpart. So that's why you got this cute little image of giant serpents canoodling.
So they had to change the name to Reptosaurus, I think, right?
Yes, but I think by the second or third issue they had to change it due to copyright reasons, and it was Reptosaurus the Terrible. And because of the name change, I think the comic eventually went into the public domain. And Fred Owen Ray, the infamous B-movie maker, who's been responsible for every Cinemax cheese sex flick in the last decade, he made his own live-action movie based on Reptilosaurus the Terrible. I have not seen it, but Mark, you said it's terrible? Pun not intended. Oh my god!
Got it.
And we need to see it.
Oh god.
Yeah, it's like a basically made for the Sci-Fi Channel kind of movie. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like Kodo, or King Cobra, something like that. You know what I mean? CG, PlayStation 1 looking monster, and people running around. But this one is like particularly low budge. But stuff like that. I love stuff like that. I love those really cheap, kind of schlocky, movies that are made for like $5 and a couple of pigeon feathers and a free taco. Like that was their budget. You know what I'm saying?
Tacos.
Right.
It's pretty awful. It's not, it's not like cringing, I want to shoot myself awful. It's actually kind of fun to watch, So.
Are we talking about the Reptosaurus movie?
Yeah, Reptosaurus movie.
Okay.
But also, the monster looks nothing like this. It looks just like a dragon, fortunately. So that's kind of too bad.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't find any images of the creature right now. But I just want to share one more picture of Reptilicus's bizarro mate in a little bit. But speaking of terrible movies, do we have any guilty pleasure movies we enjoy that we know a lot of other people can't stand? Let's start with Wyn, if you're up for it.
I'm not gonna lie, I find the Super Mario Brothers movie a guilty pleasure because
that movie is fun.
It's fun to watch Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo on screen because it was supposed to be a good movie, but there were so many alterations to the script and infighting that we kind of got what we got. But at the same time, there's not too much regret because it's still a fun little guilty pleasure to watch. Just rant, sit down, and make fun of with your friends, Mystery Science Theater style, while having a couple of either cold sodas, cold beers, or your drink of choice.
Well, let's be completely honest. The Super Mario Brothers movie is trying to build a world and like an hour and a half long movie based off the simplest of premises, which is the princess gets kidnapped, we have to go save her. So honestly, for what they did, I'm going to be completely honest. They did a pretty good job with the limited material that they had, and then tried to make something unique. And I actually remember watching it at the drive-in, and it was fun.
Oh yeah, CG was not all that advanced in 1994.
But at the same time,
sure.
they didn't actually. There wasn't that much CGI. A lot of it was practical effects, which I think made it.
Yeah, I just mean
feel
the
more grounded.
scenes like when you see Daisy get pulled into that dimension.
Well, this
But
movie,
let's face it, video game style
Jurassic
graphics
Park,
kind of fit for that.
I mean, this came out before Jurassic Park, right?
Yes,
If I
about a
remember.
week.
No, it came out after.
No,
Oh, it did?
It came out actually a week before Jurassic Park, and then Jurassic Park utterly devastated it.
Yeah,
And
so
compared with Jurassic
so
Park,
the
that
bar-
was more animatronic.
but
Right, the thing
bar
with Jurassic
for
Park
CG
is it only
wasn't
had,
that
like,
high yet.
Had like 4 minutes of actual CGI. The rest of it was just animatronics and camera plays. But the other thing is that
Sorry, I was gonna say not to mention a bigger budget, given Steven Spielberg's name carries a whole lot of weight.
Oh, for sure.
Spielberg kind of pulls enough weight still today for getting what budget he wants, because he knows that because the producer's like, oh yeah, fine, go ahead, do whatever you want. Here's your budget. You need more, just let us know.
See, I always thought they could. I always thought they could make a good Mario movie, but it should be like a Pixar kind of thing, like fully CG. You know, because you're kind of asking for it by making something like that live action. Like, you're gonna get an actor that, you know, doesn't really look like Mario. He's gonna be too tall for some people. You know what I mean? Too short for other people. And,
Yeah, but people
you know,
should just kind of get off their high horse and deal with it.
and
I mean,
plus it's like a cartoon character, and it looks dumb when like a real person is jumping 15 feet in the sky, so they have to give him rocket boots in order to make it. Like, it just doesn't work. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I think they could really make a good CG movie with like just pure like animated movie. You know.
I do agree on that one, but I still think like for what they did with the Mario movie and threw in as many references to the game as possible and all the other stuff they did, I thought they did pretty good with it. I mean, it could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse.
That's true. I mean, there were only like 3 games at that point. You know, 3 Super Mario games at least. I mean, not counting stuff like Donkey Kong. You know.
Right.
So,
I mean, let's face it. We just got a Sonic the Hedgehog movie that's actually the best video game movie ever. So,
you know, I have not seen that because I made a vow to myself that I wasn't going to see it when the first trailer dropped and Sonic looked all horrible. So I was like, fuck, I'm not seeing this dumbass movie. So now everybody's telling me it's awesome. So I'm like, do I go back on my vow?
Okay,
I mean,
here's the thing with that.
So I don't know.
Here's the thing with that. I was really kind of annoyed that they re-changed the design because I wanted the movie to be bad. I wanted the movie to be so bad it either ran around into being good or it ran straight off a cliff. What I got, even if the design hadn't been changed, actually still would have been pretty good. Actually would have been tolerable. I kind of want the Nightmare Hog back just to see it. I hope they release that with the DVD Blu-ray release because that would be awesome. But they retweaked the design. He looks a lot better. But watching it, I was invested throughout the entire thing. Like, I enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
Yeah, I heard it was kind of like Detective Pikachu, right? Same kind of feel, right?
Yeah, and what I loved about, I haven't seen it yet, but from everything I've seen so far, I love the fact that they got the animator for the Sonic Mania cutscenes, Tyson Hess, to do Sonic's redesign. And the fact that it's done well and they've gone back and listened to the criticisms, that's kind of a good sign, because maybe other people will see this and kind of follow suit and realize, oh, hey, if we fuck up on something and get a lot of feedback saying what we need to fix, we should go back and fix it that way. And not listen to suits who do fuck all except sit on their ass in the boardroom.
Yeah, but then you get things where fans are demanding extra stuff that it kind of takes away from the experience of seeing it. Plus, they canceled a lot of the animators' contracts that worked overtime and kind of screwed over the animators, which I was going to go see the movie definitely to support them, but then the studio went and, you know, all of their contracts were up and over and canceled, and it's like, well, fine, you guys are fucking stupid.
Yeah.
At least pay them for their time.
Wait. So they fired the first team and got other guys to do the design? What happened?
No, they finished. They did the work, the extra 5 months to finish the work, and then they got canned. This happens. This actually does. Over, right? Yeah, everyone who was on the animation team got canned.
Oh, I mean, so they're actually fired from the. Oh, that's fucked up.
Well, the thing is, they're. If I remember correctly, a lot of them work by contracts, but some of the contracts weren't up yet, and so they were denied being paid for a lot of the time and overtime that they put in to finish the movie up to the point where the design was going to be as it was. So
You know what that probably was, because they had to redo it, and so they went over budget. I mean, it sucks, and I agree it's messed up. They shouldn't have done that to them, but unfortunately, that's kind of how this stuff works, right?
Yeah,
So,
it's really
sad
how it works, because
nobody should get laid off like that. I mean,
Yeah, a similar thing happened.
Another thing is.
Oh, go on.
Sorry.
That's okay. I'll just make this quick note and then you go. A similar thing happened with the award-winning movie Life of Pi that received the award for best special effects. You know, about the Indian dude on a boat with a bunch of animals and the tiger, and that won best Academy Awards for special effects. But then the studio itself it went out of business soon after under similar unfortunate circumstances. But yeah, go on, Wyn.
I was going to say, to my understanding, but it was because of that one studio closing down that some people did lose, but others were transferred to the studios in other locations that were active. Just the ones that are, but the ones in Vancouver had to leave. But fortunately, it does sound like some of the animators went to the other locations that still seem to be up. And in terms of Life of Pi, I can kind of understand, because the situation was iffy on that one. Because we were still recovering from a recession.
Oh yeah.
Again.
Right. No,
well, we were still recovering. We were still recovering at the time from the 2008 market crash.
Yep.
So. It's funny. You guys pick guilty pleasures that are actually kind of enjoyable movies. If you take them on their own level. I was gonna pick Yeti, Giant of the 20th Century as my guilty pleasure, a movie that apparently nobody but me and me alone likes. So.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Raph. Nobody likes that movie.
Yeah,
I do have one more quick mention before we move on to the next person. Another guilty pleasure for me was the animated Dragonlance movie, because I'm a huge D&D nerd. Yeah, the animation was kind of cheesy, but hearing Lucy Lawless do the voice of a badass lady cleric, I'm all over that.
Right. I didn't even know there was a Dragonlance movie. When did this come out?
It was like the early 2000s, I think 2005?
I think it's on YouTube. I've got it.
It's a guilty pleasure for me, because again, I'm a huge D&D nerd, so I try to watch anything D&D. It's an unpopular opinion, but again,
very
I have fun watching it.
Raph, why are you showing everyone pictures of me?
It just kind of brings a smile to the 13-year-old me's face. Well, at the time, 13-year-old. Now I'm 34.
Right. The dragons are coming.
All right.
My impression of Jeremy.
Moving on to the next person, because I don't want to hog this. I don't want to hog this segment.
Okay. Well, I'll share my horrible thoughts of Yeti, Giant of the 20th Century. I don't know why I like this movie so much. It's like, it's one of the many King Kong ripoffs from when Dino De Laurentiis did his big King Kong remake in '76. There was a lot of people who wanted to cash in and do a lot of terrible B movies that also had giant monkeys and primates in it. And Yeti the Giant 20th Century is about a very human-looking Yeti of a giant size. So he keeps shrinking various sizes. At one point, he's only 20 feet tall, and then the next scene, he's like 70 to 100 feet tall, depending on what the model effects are. And that's why I had to share these terrible lobby cards with you to give you a good idea how amazing the special effects / creature costumes were. And you're a much more handsome fellow than this Oak Ridge boy looking horror here, Denny.
Hey, dude, Oak Ridge Boys is my jam. Shut up.
Right. But anyways, yeah, so basically the story is a gigantic Yeti is found frozen in a glacier near Canada. And
Canada gets all the good shit.
Yeah, and a bunch of Canadian scientists. It's a Canadian Italian co-production. They unfreeze the being, and he's fairly benign and benevolent, but he is prone to anger when he sees his human friends get harmed by the film's villains, who are like these kind of industrial saboteurs who will go as far as to kill people. But it's like the first half of the movie, I think, has a really good energy to it, and I do enjoy some of the scenes. But at the same time, yeah, this is if our good friend Mark here says that this is a terrible movie, then yeah, I'm very much in the minority here, because every time I try to introduce this movie to somebody, I just piss them off. But with that said, my favorite scene out of the whole movie, which I think encapsulates just the sheer stupidity / sincerity of this movie, stupidity and sincerity, I think is the best way to describe this movie, is when they finally the scientists are being paid by a oil conglomerate, Honeycutt it's Honeycutt Corporation or something, enterprise. It's not an oil company, but it's like an all-purpose corporation or something. They finally present the giant Yeti by like flying him by a helicopter in his own personal little cage, and I just love the scene where they lower him in his cage. And then they just randomly open the cage and just let him jump up to say hello to the people. There's no restraints, nothing like King Kong. It just opens up. He just hops out, and everyone's just standing there and pointing at. It's like, wow, the Yeti, of course. And it's just a stupid scene. It'd be like, he
could just murder that entire crowd, and he's just standing there, and it's like there's no like guards or like chains or anything.
Yeah,
totally.
It'd be like if you went to the zoo and it's like, hey, do you want a closer look at the rhino? Okay, and they just open the gate and the rhino just hops out. It's like, hello. But
I like how he also has a comb, like that's made out of like a whale skeleton or something.
To be fair, it's a freakishly huge salmon skeleton, right?
Is that what that is?
Yeah. But
or you can comb his hair with this fish skeleton, like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, but no, so the giant Yeti kind of falls in love with the lead female hero, who's in her late teens or early 20s, depending. And she kind of has a thing for the giant Yeti too. In fact, there's a infamous deleted scene that was taken out of all English prints, where she has a dream sequence where the Yeti is human size and they dance together. So Guillermo del Toro ripped this movie off.
I was going to say a more safe for work version of The Shape of Water.
Yeah, that is true. And no butts, unless you count the Yeti's horrible zipper there. Yeah, but no, at one point the Yeti takes the girl and her a young mute brother out to the mountains, and there's a bit of a travelogue where they just spend time together, along with the dog along with their pet dog who the Yeti befriends. And the Yeti just comes back with a giant fish for them to eat. I don't know if they eat it raw, but then cuts to the next scene. The fish is just a skeleton. The giant Yeti decides to use it to comb the girl's hair. And supposedly, according to the scientists in the movie, the giant Yeti probably had a wife and son of whom these two characters remind him of. But yeah, and it's also one of the few giant monster movies where the titular creature lives at the end. And I'll spoil away because nobody's going to watch it, even though it's completely free on YouTube. So, who laughed?
I don't think anybody cares, Raph. Go for it.
Yeah, okay. But no, it's like so when the Yeti witnesses the death of one scientist at the hand of the industrial saboteurs, there's a great scene where he goes on the rampage and he goes after one henchman and threatens with his foot But then it looks like he's going to show the henchman mercy, and it's all done with a giant puppet foot, and the henchman is like all grateful and happy, and then he kills him by squeezing his neck between his toes. Yeah, so it's yeah. I need to make that's all I'm going to say, but I need to make a compilation reel of this, and supposedly we're supposed to be getting a very limited edition, and I do mean heavy emphasis on the words limited, from Code Red DVD Entertainment. They release a bunch of obscure horror and Italian sexploitation films. They're supposed to be releasing an extreme special edition of Yeti Giant of the 20th Century because the Blu-ray the DVD that's currently on the market sucks. It's very public domain, very fuzzy and all that. And I so want to get it, but at the same time, when I tried contacting the Code Red people, they were like, "Why would you want this movie? Who cares if we're releasing it?" And that was all I got. And it's like,
well,
yeah.
Even those guys are in disagreement with you.
Yeah.
Was that a nippo I heard?
Yes, that was nipple. Okay, what's that, nipple? What's that? What's your favorite guilty pleasure? Heaven's Gate? Why would you like that movie? It's 8 hours long and it's depressing.
Your dog's name is Nipple?
Nippo.
No, nippo. It's short for Napoleon.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Everyone makes that mistake. So it's like when me and my brothers heard about the movie Dick Tracy coming in theaters, we thought it was about a... Okay, keep going.
All right, then.
All right.
Who's next?
Okay.
Why don't you go, man?
Yeah, go,
Okay.
Denny. Since segueing from the giant Yeti to our good friend who has
The actual Yeti.
All right.
So there is a movie I like watching. It's not. I don't know if it's really guilty pleasure because it's not really that bad of a movie. I think it's really fun, entertaining. But it's also not my most guiltiest of things I like to watch. The movie itself is Deep Rising.
Right.
Which is actually viewable on YouTube.
Are you
the entire
serious?
movie?
That's a pretty good movie.
Okay. Another guilty pleasure is the two Alligator movies, Alligator and Alligator 2: The Mutation.
Yes.
Those are also
I
on
have
YouTube.
not seen the second one.
They are both on YouTube. And the other guilty pleasure that's not a movie is two TV series. Mountain Monsters and Alaskan Monsters.
What are
We're
those
a bunch
about?
of okay, so Mountain Monsters is about a bunch of rednecks who go out to try and capture cryptids in the Appalachian Mountains. Alaskan Monsters is about a group of rednecks up in Alaska trying to catch a bunch of cryptids. Every episode is essentially the same. I love the character interactions. I love the leaps of logic they do when they come up with new information. Like there's no actual deductive reasoning there. They're just spouting things just for the sake of spouting them and then saying that they're true instantly. It's like, oh, this is not how research is done, boys.
Look, that cloud looks like a jellyfish. Clearly it's the Bigfoot.
Not even that. So one of their most infamous episodes, which is actually parodied by some of the guys on Achievement Hunter, I think. They're hunting the chupacabra, which has so many different descriptions of it. What they're going with is the more mange dog-looking one that's massive and can somehow suck blood, even though they just have teeth and mouths like freaking dogs. Don't explain it at all because, why bother? They catch them. Now, granted, what we see is effectively what is a giant puppet with very shaggy hair. And we see them in the trap, but then there's a large crash from the back of the trap, and they catch on their thermal cameras the chupacabras running off, which just look like dogs in the camera, following a humanoid shape, and they realize, oh my god, the Bigfoot broke out the chupacabras. The Bigfoot uses chupacabras like we use hunting dogs. When they were calling for help, they were calling for the Bigfoot to come and get them and come and get them out, and he did with a vengeance. I'm like, oh my fucking god, you guys are stupid as shit. But it's so entertaining, though. I freaking love it.
Now, let's be fair. We all remember that Christmas back in '92 when the Loch Ness Monster saved Rudolph.
Right. No. And I have another one. So my favorite Alaskan Monsters episode is the Otter Man.
Yeah, this is sounding kind of awesome, actually.
Right. All right.
You would say that.
Yes. So what it is it's the Alaskan Monster. So it's the same kind of team where you have like the trapper, you have the leader, you have security, you have a research guy, you have. Except this one, they have a tech guy. The tech guy actually looks like he is from Anchorage or some of the bigger cities in Alaska, and he comes in with like drones and cameras and all this other stuff. So they're trying to catch the Otter Man. Now the Otter Man, according to legend, and I use legend with air quotes if you can't hear me about how air quotey that is supposedly a shapeshifter. So the first half of the episode, they tried going to a lake where where this Otter Man's supposed to be, and they have like it's either an EKG or a temperature reading, and they find a spike somewhere in the water. Says, "Oh, look, he's got to be giving off a lot of heat, so we'll find him with this thing. Look, he's over there, except he's underwater and we can't see him." So they build a trap. Now the thing about the trap is that it deals with some bullshit mysticism. They make a supernatural trap along with a physical trap. It's like it's got all the elements of like life and death and water and air and fire and earth and spirit and all this other stuff. It's like, okay, fine, whatever. And they have this large tube that will close the top and trap the Otter Man in it if he goes down and presses the thing. But they have cameras on it the entire time. So they chase it down and get to the trap, right? And the trap goes off. They have something in it. So the guys go and he lifts the trap up, and all of a sudden there's this small burst of flame. Everyone panics and the camera shakes. And they go back and review all the video features. Well, we see the trap close with nothing there. They come up and open it up, and then there's the fire, and of course nothing's there. And so the tech guy, mind you, the supposed scientist of this entire operation says, there's one thing we haven't considered. An elemental. What? Elemental.
You mean like a rock monster?
He can shapeshift into elements, and with all the element stuff we put in there to try and trap him, we actually made him more powerful. And I'm sitting here going, "You are the scientist, you dumbass! What are you doing, whipping out a D&D book and looking for explanations out of it? Stop it!" So
wait. So this show is like fiction, right? This isn't like a documentary kind of.
No. They treat it as real. It's on Destination America, which is treated as real. It's on the same thing with all these with those bullshit ghost hunter shows.
That's what I mean. So it's like one of those, right? It's
one of those shows, right? They treat it as if it's real, but I know it's completely utter bullshit because they have like a CG model of the monster, the cryptid of the week, I like to call him. And then when they show photos of him, it's a blurred image of that 3D model. When they show a video of him, it's obviously that 3D model because it doesn't fit with the rest of the video as they're moving it through it. I'm sitting here going, "Oh my god, this is so fake." But the reactions are fucking entertaining. I love this show.
Yeah, man, that sounds kind of cool, actually. I kind of want to see that.
You would watch this. You would watch this because I watch this. This show is fun.
I had an experience with reality television. It's a long story. I'll save it for another time. I probably explained it beforehand. But there is a lot of manipulating of situations. But with that said, it's like these people have to be clearly out of their mind to allow the manipulation to be so easily done.
Okay, bear in mind, this is the same company. Discovery is the parent company of Destination America, mind you, because Mountain Monsters used to be on Animal Planet. And Animal Planet, for a long time, was running a whole bunch of cryptid-based shows.
Oh, yeah, that's right. God. Funny story. They had this show called Lost Tapes, which was basically the Blair Witch, but with cryptids.
Yeah, it was found footage tapes with cryptids.
Yeah,
right.
My mom watched the episode where a guy goes into the jungle to try to find the Australian devil lizard or the Megalania, which is like a Komodo dragon, only like 30 times bigger.
It's a giant. Yes. Giant varanid. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And it's one of their cheesier episodes. This was before they got the boost in budget, and they could do a second season where they could actually show some of the monsters. But oh my god, my mom watched this at 3 a.m. at night, and the next morning it's like Raph, I think I saw a man get killed on television by a giant lizard. It's like, what? Yeah, it was a documentary show. It's like, what was it called? It's called like Lost Tapes. Oh, Mom, you're okay. You just saw a terrible actor getting a paycheck.
You saw a terrible fictional reality mockumentary is what's called mockumentary.
Yeah.
But they don't treat it like a mockumentary. They treat it as if it's real because people will buy anything. Here's the thing though. With as many freaking because Discovery tried to fool a lot of people with its mermaid special.
Oh god. Oh. Yeah.
Then Shark Week, like 5 years ago, they had the Megalodon one. Oh. And then they had a second follow-up one, which was about another kind of attack with fictional scientists about something called like the Deep Submarine or Blue Submarine or something like that.
I was on that. I played Jack Hodgson. Yeah,
and
this guy
entire
got
thing
eaten.
like this, about this like South African giant, like 30 to 35 foot shark that hovered in the water, and they showed this terrible video evidence that you couldn't see jack shit.
Oh yeah.
That sank and then started to devour people in the water while people were trying to save them. It was like, this is such crap.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm watching it, it's like, this can't be real. None of this makes sense. And I tried looking it up, and actually, yeah. None of what they proposed in there as real was actually real. It was all fake.
Oh my goodness. So
yeah, it's TV. It's all about the actual story, and who cares if it's real or not.
Story.
Is this real life? Is this fantasy? I don't know the words of this song, but I heard it like all the time at work.
Right. Anyways, so are you okay there?
Huh? Oh, yeah. This
Okay.
stuff's falling over.
All right. So, how long have we been going at this? 90?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, 96 minutes. Okay, so we heard Wyn's guilty pleasures. We heard Denny's Roth's shocking guilty pleasure.
I like to watch other people hunt my kind.
Yeah. Oh no, the ice melted in my glass. I blame unicorns.
Unicron.
Unicorns.
Bigfoot's fault, man.
Yeah. Damn you, Harry, and your Hendersons. So, okay, quick question. Oh, some jerk just showed up in the... Have many memories of watching those shitty Lost Tape EPs late at night in elementary school and having nightmares. Scary times.
You want to know an embarrassing secret?
Yeah.
What actually gave me nightmares was Creature from the Black Lagoon, and I never saw the movie. I just saw a picture in a movie monster book.
Oh my goodness. Was he holding a naked chick in his arms? Shape of Water?
I can't remember. what it was, what exactly it was. Every time I saw him, it just terrified the shit out of me. And I used to go to bed thinking he was, and I used to go to bed hiding with my back against the door, imagining for some odd, fascinating reason the Creature from the Black Lagoon walking up and down the hall in my house, right outside my door.
That would be a good subject change, but I want Mark to share his guilty pleasure, because there's a certain movie you're going to be doing a review soon about that was produced by juggalos. Filthy, stinking juggalos.
So number one, before I mention that one, first guilty pleasure movie would be The Toxic Avenger. That's like my most favoriteest movie ever of all time.
Mm-hmm.
And just trauma films in general. Like, I love that really, really disgusting schlockiness kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And the movie you're talking about is also probably my second favorite movie, because it is so horrible that
I watched it.
Everybody on Earth should watch this movie. It's called Demons at the Door. And it's
if you want to go get a sandwich, go ahead.
Yeah, Demons at the Door, right? And I'm actually working on a review for it.
And I have my the rest of my Red Bull.
Okay.
So
sit down for this one.
So this movie, right? It starts in Iraq, and there's like these scientists kind of like at this excavation thing. And then this terrorist shows up who's like, this guy's got to be like 75 years old, like this really old terrorist. And they start fighting, and then but then there's like a army base, which is like 10 feet away. and the main hero comes out, who's like this huge, gigantic buff dude who like can't act to like save his life, and they're like shooting at each other, and then he challenges them to a kung fu battle, and they like fight, and all this stuff happens within the first 10 minutes of this movie. You know, like it goes from like hostage situation to like kung fu battle to then the terrorist guy suicide bombs himself, and like that somehow opens a portal to hell, and demons like invade. Right?
Yeah, that's the real reason we had to pull out of Iraq. The portals to hell.
It's as awesome as it sounds, and
Oh yeah, why need a bunch of Iraqi soldiers when you can just send in the Doom Marine?
Exactly.
You suddenly hear boss music.
Yeah,
Right.
it's got like the music is by Insane Clown Posse, so you know where that's going. And there's repeated scene after scene of like demons puking, right, and like blood like shooting out like a fire hose, and like just ridiculous, and no one can act at all. It's you know, like the main dude, like the dude who's like the hero, is seriously like this guy looks like Arnold Schwarzenegger, like gigantic. You know what I mean? Like he's just eating steroids like fucking breakfast cereal. And you got to congratulate people for like, you know, whoever like first, because when you see a movie like this, right? Like what I think is like, I'm in the wrong business because I could have wrote this piece of shit. You know, and then that gets me thinking about, well, damn, like, how come I don't just make a movie? Like, if people will watch this fucking crap here, like, what am I doing wrong? Right. But no, it's fantastic. I'm working on a review that I want to get up, hopefully sometime soon here on my UCD channel. Best movie of all time. I really cannot recommend this movie enough. It's hilarious. It is funny as hell. But, you know, not because there's jokes or anything in it. Right.
I think that would be the perfect review on the poster. It's funny as hell, even though there's no jokes in it.
Yeah, I mean, Braf can attest to this. I made him watch it. It's pretty freaking horrible. But I love every second of it.
I don't know what's worse, the surprise reveal of what Satan actually is, or the scene.
Oh
where
god, like hand puppet. Yeah, like so, like it's like there's like this hand puppet demon thing that looks like something that like you could make at home with like some like latex and cardboard and shit, you know, like and then at the end like this Satan like is like a pug dog. Like, you know, you're like, what? Like at the very end, like the commando guy takes over hell, and the last scene is like he like shoots Satan, and Satan is like a dog. Like it's horrible. It's just like you can kind of tell like towards the end they just kind of gave up. They just said whatever.
When they put in a bunch of like Insane Clown Posse fans and interns as the souls of hell are just floating photographs in the background.
Why does it sound as bad as House Shark?
Dude, I don't know, but it's a contender for the best worst movie ever made. I mean, you know. And then here's the thing about it though, it's not boring. That's certainly not boring. I can tell you that.
Right.
It's pretty peppy. It's pretty fast.
What's the cardinal rule? As long as a movie is not boring is at least entertaining.
Yes, definitely entertaining. I mean, not in the way that you would think that they intended it for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It's definitely up there in the best worst movie ever made. Kind of, you know. I don't know. It's hilarious, funny as hell. Gee, let's see. What else?
What other horrible movies have I seen with my eyes?
Yeah, I know, huh? I don't know. I like schlocky monster movies like that. There's another Troma movie called Poultrygeist: Night of the Chicken.
Oh God, I've seen the Good Bad Flicks review of that. It's like, oh my God, I can't. No, wait, no, it wasn't that. It was Decker Shadow. I was watching his stuff.
That one's awesome.
Quick aside about Decker Shadow. I have this theory that he's like the legendary Samson of Legend. If we cut that hair, he'll get copyright strikes on his reviews.
He gets copyright strikes on his reviews anyways.
Yeah, but it's like his stuff stays. What's that, dog? Okay, whatever. Oh, God. I'm gonna let him down. He's probably gonna bark his head off.
Oh, wait, one more. Okay.
Go on.
So there's a Japanese movie called Tetsuo the Iron Man, which is, it's like black and white, and there's maybe like 12 lines of dialogue in the entire thing, and it's about like this guy who has a metal fetish, I guess, at the very beginning, and so the first scene, right, is this one metal fetish dude, and he's inserting a metal rod into his leg, right, for some reason, and you don't know why at this point, and then he wraps it up, and then later on he takes the wrapping off, and there's maggots on his leg, and this makes him go crazy, so he starts running, all frightened, and he gets hit by a car, right, and then it shifts to the guy that hit him in the car, and he slowly starts turning into this weird cyborg metal person and it makes as much sense as what I'm describing, is what I'm saying. And it's got a really, but the movie's awesome. It's like black and white, and it's got like this really cool kind of like industrial metal soundtrack, and it's kind of like a surreal horror kind of thing with lots of WTF moments in it. And there actually is like a plot that makes sense, but you wouldn't get it from a casual viewing. If you like kind of psychoanalyze the movie a bit, it's like, oh, okay, it makes sense. So anyway, that was one of my favorite movies too, because that one is actually good. I mean, it's definitely part of the weird Japanese splatter horror kind of genre, but it's like that one is not like so shitty that it's good kind of movie. That's an actual good movie. So anyway,
yeah, Japan can have some doozies. One particular movie I remember watching and I used to own, I believe, was called Machine Girl.
Yeah, Machine Girl.
I think I've heard of this.
Yeah, and there was a Machine Girl Reloaded, which was a mini movie that came with it. It was directed by the same people who did Tokyo Gore Police.
That one I've heard of. That one I think I've actually seen, because I was looking into some really weird stuff coming from that Hastings had, and one of the dumbest and stupidest, Death Kappa.
Death Kappa.
Death Kappa.
Yeah, I haven't really seen Tokyo Gore Police yet, but I have heard nothing but good things about it, and became curious when the late Emmer Provost, aka Helsing 920, did a reaction and review on the movie, and had nothing but good things to say about it.
Mm. Yeah, there's like a couple of those. There's one called Meatball Machine, which is pretty good, and then one called Robo Geisha, which is a little more wacky. Like that one actually has like kind of cyborg geishas, and then at the end there's this giant robot castle thing, and they all sort of like join together into like a tank, and there's like, so at the end there's like a giant robot battle, and that one's pretty good. There's another movie called Pinocchio 964, I think, which is also weird and disgusting. Very, very similar to Tetsuo, actually. And the thing about that movie is that there's a scene in that movie like where basically this woman vomits for like 8 minutes straight for no reason. She just starts vomiting, and then you're like, okay, well, she's vomiting, and then the camera doesn't pull away, and 30 seconds pass, 40 seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, like seriously for like 8 minutes straight, just barfing over and over and over, and it hits the point where you're just sort of like, I'm like, why am I watching this? Like, what the hell is going on here? And anyway, that movie is fantastic as well, but that's one of those like that. There's like a whole genre of that just really disturbing, like, I don't know, Japanese schlock, I guess you would call it, or splatter horror. Sure.
Yeah, and at the same time, it's not restricted to just Japan, because a lot of horror movies from Europe can be just as high level of doozy.
Zombie.
Oh, yeah. What was it? There was like any exploitation one can cross that barrier really badly.
Some of those I'm afraid of. A Serbian film. I'm afraid to watch that, and I downloaded it and I haven't watched it yet because the descriptions of it sound really disturbing, and I don't want to give myself nightmares yet. I'll leave that one for people to look up. I don't know if we should talk about that one on the cast here. It's really, really gross. Not safe for work.
Well, if you don't want to talk about it, just don't talk about it, period.
Yeah.
Best to just say, if you get curious, watch at your own risk. Watch at your own risk, folks.
Yeah. There are so many terrible movies out there.
So that's not really my thing, like the torture porn thing. That's not really, like Hostel or something.
Yeah.
Not really into that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I saw the first Hostel, and it did not make me want to see the sequel.
Yeah.
Because, come on, I understand Saw had gained popularity, but it didn't... And while it was pretty gory, it didn't go as far as Hostel did. Ugh.
Yeah, like, personally, I kind of like it more when there's, like, a comedic edge to it, Like, then it's fine. Like, gore, I have no problem with gore. I have a problem with, like, psychological terror.
Suffering?
Yeah.
Okay.
Suffering, yeah. Torture, that kind of thing. Like, I don't really like that, but... some guy's head explodes or whatever, and, they crack a stupid joke, and it's funny. I can totally fine with that, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, that's macabre right there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like Evil Dead 2? Kind of like just fun
Evil Dead
with the
2.
Gore? Yeah.
Exactly.
Or
Yeah, because Sam Raimi's good at gore meets campy.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, you got something on your face. Shovels on his face. Like, that's the best line in that movie.
Good, bad, I'm the one with the gun.
Bum, 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 bum. I can't do the music from Army of Darkness, but that's where I was going.
Shop smart. Shop S smart.
Right. Varu, Varata, Nickel.
But I mean, I appreciate a good horror movie, though. I mean, all the classics, things like Halloween and Hellraiser, that kind of thing. But the thing is, those movies are not serious. You know what I mean? They're basically like comic books, essentially.
Yeah, where Hostel felt like gore for the sake of gore.
Yeah. Another thing I can't personally stand about a lot of horror movies, especially the torture porn, I don't like watching completely innocent people just suffer for hours on end. And it's like, I know it's horror and there has to be a bunch of like decent people who suffer in turn, but it's just nauseating after a while, especially with all the twist endings where, the villain who just skinned a baby alive, it's like he gets away scot-free for a possible sequel, or even worse, a horror movie that just has like a twist ending come out of nowhere just for the sake of having a twist ending. So
well, a lot of 80s horror are basically like morality plays, you know what I mean? Like the teenagers who engage in, you know the story, right? The bad teenagers that do drugs and have sex are the ones that get killed.
And engage in underage drinking.
Yeah, the final girl at the end is the one who gets away, is also like the one that acts, has like a moral upstanding character.
The virgin lives.
Exactly. Like, what was that movie? I think it was Cabin in the Woods. Where they did you ever see that movie? Where it was like there's like an organization that keeps all the monsters in cages. And it turns out every horror movie that's ever been out there actually happened. And it's all part of a ritual to keep the great old ones from emerging or something.
Yep.
What I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, I know that movie. I like it.
That movie's awesome. I love that movie.
Yeah. Haven't seen it yet, but Joss Whedon has always been good at what Raimi does, which is the kind of semi-dark elements, but balancing it out with a little bit of camp.
Mm-hmm. Oh, then you would definitely enjoy Cabin in the Woods, because it starts off as a very clever, slightly humorous, horror in a cabin in the woods type horror movie. But like the third act it's just great. It's like I won't spoil it. That's one of the few movies I will not spoil here. So but I will say there's no giant yeti in it. Giant yeti just pops up. It's like, oh no, it's the worst monster of all.
No ballroom dancing yetis.
Oh.
No, the yeti is one of the great old ones they have to appease.
Right. It's like an oversized like wooden door with a doorknob. He just hops out. It's like, I'm here to end the world.
Get off my lawn, you stupid kids.
Right. So now to help the Chupacabra escape their imprisonment. I'm coming for you, friend.
I'm coming for you, choopy thingies. Let me just get my walking cane so I can get to you faster.
Right.
When he gets home, he turns into a mild-mannered milk toast monster who puts on his Mr. Rogers style sweater, sits in front of the TV petting his cat.
Oh my goodness. I'm enjoying this. This is a good live stream, and so short too. It's not like we're on the 4th hour. It's like, what are we talking about now? What did DC do?
Well, I think I stepped out for a bit when Mark was talking about the use of gore in effects for shock value, which I think nowadays it's become so desensitized that it is just used for shock value, let alone for or for story purposes. Like if you want to look at the Hellraiser series, like the Hellraiser, the first one, I don't think was a complete, like, it had some gore and some horror moments in it, but at the same time, that helped drive the story as to why it was horrible or why it was terrible.
Right.
Whereas a lot of the horror movies now, it's like any gore you get is kind of it's gone to the point where you have to step it up a couple of steps to make it even shocking. I mean, someone brought up the point that Jurassic World, that came out 2015, was a lot more gorier than like Jurassic Park was. I'm like, I don't really think there was that much. I think it's just a matter of how much they actually showed you as opposed to letting you think about how, what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, arguably the goriest part in Jurassic World in '93 was either the Nedry getting attacked in the car by the Dilophosaur, or Jane Arnold's arm falling on Laura Dern's character. She's in the generator shaft.
Uh-huh.
And you compare that to, like, people are getting picked off like popcorn in Jurassic World.
Yeah,
like, I'm not even joking. It happens like the Indominus Rex just basically tears through everyone and everything it can.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I don't think it's more gory because Jurassic Park lets you think about what it was and pulled it back to at least let you see that, oh, this is my imagination's filling in the blanks of what's going on here.
Yeah,
whereas Jurassic World kind of pulls that back. It's like, oh, we're going to show you all the carnage, and I'm like,
yeah, the death of Nedry in Jurassic Park. That was actually very effective and suspenseful, and even kind of like its own nice little segment of horror right there. But then compare that to like the kind of out of nowhere and bizarrely cruel, especially for such a minor character, death of the female assistant who gets dragged off by pterodactyls and then eaten by mosasaurs. And then gets, what is it? She battles Supergirl and Merlin. Oh, wait, those are two other series that actress was in. Never mind, forget about that.
Right, but here's the other thing, like Mark was saying about like it being, like, usually what happens, especially established in movies, especially in like the last 20, 30 years, is that moral hierarchy. Usually the person who gets the most violent death deserved it in some way. That's kind of how we look at that. But that character didn't deserve that. Like, Nedry got what was coming to him because he fucked over the park. He was stealing from the park. He was basically, double-crossing all of it for money.
Yeah, and annoyed Jerry to no end.
Right. Then we have Gennaro, who effectively, he was a coward, gets punished for it by being completely eaten by a Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Muldoon gets it because he was very aggressive towards the raptors, didn't trust them, thought they were super dangerous, wanted to destroy them all, but not really evil actions, but kind of just that evil force against them to kind of give the raptors someone to play off of.
To be fair, though, I will make, like, Muldoon was one of the good guys. You could tell he wasn't a complete jerk, especially compared to some of the hunters in the follow-up movie.
He was blunt. He was blunt up with you about these guys are dangerous. We shouldn't have made them. And they all need to be destroyed. Mm-hmm. Even the raptors turn like almost mustache twirly evil towards the end, and what happens? They get killed by the Rex in one of the most awesome scenes in cinematic history. Mm-hmm. But then you go to this worker in Jurassic World who she was trying to do her job, and she was overstressed as Claire's assistant. Mm-hmm. She lost the boys and was trying to find them. Was spending the entire movie trying to find them, then gets picked off and given one of the most gruesome deaths in the entire thing. Why? Like that for a cool freaking scene of a mosasaur jumping up at a pterosaur? I have so many problems with that stupid scene anyways with the pterosaur attack because it's so stupid. Mm-hmm. But no one listens to us. Blah, 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 blah.
See, when that kind of thing is done right, it can be good, like, because it can show that the monster is a force of nature. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. It's indiscriminate,
sometimes in a movie when an innocent character like that, you know, gets eaten or stepped on or whatever, you know, then that's what it shows. It's like, oh, anybody could die. You know what I mean? Because you're right. The audience is predisposed to want to see horrible characters die. So when good characters die, it's sort of like, the stakes are high, you know. But
well, it's not so much.
It can get a little excessive. Sometimes it can get a little excessive, like, you know, and it feels that you don't get the emotional release from it, you know, sometimes. So.
Right, but
anyway.
And that's a point to make, but in this point, with what they did with the character, like, we were introduced to her for like 5-10 minutes, and then she's just picked off. They were already picking off a whole bunch of other, like, the other, you know, park attendees were getting picked off by the pterosaurs, but we was focused on this one person who just gets picked off, dropped. They try and pick her back up again, basically doing like seagulls do when food's dropping in between them, just like all of them just start trying to pick it off, then gets eaten by the mosasaur. And it's like, there was no reason for that level of cruelty.
Yeah.
Even in a movie where monsters are fighting each other and we have a very, you know, bloody fight between 4 fucking, you know, prehistoric animals at the end, that scene still had no measure being either as drawn out as it was or as focused as it was on that.
Yeah, it's kind of like that character could have been anybody, you know? Like so they went through all the trouble of writing that character and giving her a name and lines, and so you think that she's actually going to matter to the story, and then she doesn't. So it's like they could have just had anybody. They could have had the guy with the 2 martinis get caught and eat.
But we can't have a tipsy mosasaur.
It would have done the same thing, you know.
Right.
And that's what I think the problem is. It's like, okay, it's, you know, like here's an example. All right, in Cloverfield, there's the cameraman is trying to get with this one. You know, they're trying to hook her.
Oh yeah.
They're trying to mix her up with this like girl, and you know, she's kind of like a little, you know. You don't know, like, if they're going to do it or not, but then the monster attack happens, and she's sort of losing her mind, freaking out, whatever, and they're running through the sewers, and she, like, gets bitten by a parasite and, like, explodes. You know what I mean? And, like, and that character was not, like, horrible. I mean, she wasn't, like, you know... I mean, I think she was, like, brushing the guy off, but she wasn't, like, you know, evil. You know, she wasn't, like, a drug dealer or anything, right? And that's kind of an example of where it's done right. It's like, okay, well, she's just, you know, a normal person that got killed. So it sort of says like, okay, well, anybody could die, you know. But no, it's like they kind of developed her a little bit, you know what I mean? And there was an emotional, like, it gave the audience had a little bit of a connection with her before she died, so it meant more.
Right.
And
so
in Jurassic, Jurassic World, this one character shows up, and yeah, you're right. Like, it didn't mean anything. You know what I mean? It could have just been anyone. It's like, and it was like done, and it was like her, like exactly what you're saying. Like, her death was just done so that they could have a cool scene of, you know, a pterodactyl getting eaten by a mosasaur. Like she got ate twice. Like, she got ate by a pterodactyl and a mosasaur. Like, you know.
The main difference between the girl from Cloverfield and this girl from Jurassic World, I think that needs to be said. One was a main character. The other one was barely a supporting character.
Right.
And I think that is the main problem with that. Is the other main problem with that scene? Like, if that was like, say, someone else that was more important to the story, or more important to the actual events of what's going on the island, then yeah, it would be a little bit more impactful, but it would also still be extraneous that she gets picked off. If they put a main character in the same situation, it would still be just as egregious. Might be a little bit more harrowing to us wanting to see if she survives, but this character has like barely no presence in the film versus the girl from Cloverfield who we're introduced to. Ends up sticking with the main cast, becomes part of the main cast, and is basically one of the main characters the story revolves around, where people are slowly dying due to the effects of a giant monster attack. So
right.
Yeah, it's
I agree completely.
That entire scene makes no damn sense. None. All right, Raph, we've been rambling about stuff. What do you want to talk about now?
Yeah, I was actually starting to talk, but I forgot I had the mute button on. Before we move on to by the way, that character who got eaten by the pterodactyl and mosasaur, her name is Zara, and she's played by actress Katie McGarth. And two things I want to mention. First off, it feels like that. Like I've heard that one of the big things in Hollywood is that they. What's that, dog? Timmy is in the mill? It's on fire. Guys, we got to end this live stream. Timmy is in the bottom of the well again. Anyways, joking aside. The door is open. You can leave anytime. You don't have to hear all this nerd crap, Chihuahua. What's that? Oh, there's a bomb on the plane? Only William Shatner can stop it, but he's asleep. Okay, hold. I gotta put a little rocket pack on the Chihuahua so we can go save the day. So. Okay. I got the Chihuahua in my arms again. Hopefully he'll stop barking. But okay, so all right. First off, one thing I've heard in Hollywood is they plan all their action sequences ahead of time. And because of the budget involved with them, there is very little leeway in changing them, even with the freedom that CGI can offer. So that's why a lot of sequences, that's why the effect sequences feel so completely separate and out of place than with the rest of the movie. So much so that I get the feeling that maybe that sequence was supposed to feature a different character getting killed, but because they had spent so much money, they just, kept Zara, the character, in there. And also, this is kind of a terrible joke I'm about to make. We had the character Vincent D'Onofrio as Victor Vic that's not a very good name. Hoskins in it. The guy who wanted to use the Velociraptors and Indominus Rex as military animals. And it's like, that death would have been more suited for him because he gets such an underwhelming demise at the end of the movie. But then again, it's like my friend Jesse and I, and Brayton, we've made this horrible joke. It's like, but can the pterodactyls realistically pull Vincent D'Onofrio into the air?
Well, here's the thing.
How does he die in the movie?
Huh?
How does he die in the movie again? Sorry,
he tries to pull Owen's, like, when Chris Pratt does that entire hold, and you have the three raptors around him. Mm-hmm. He tries to do the same thing to one of the raptors that chases them into the visitor center or whatever, and the raptor just kind of stares at him, mm-hmm. and then bites at him and then kills him. It's like,
yeah.
Oh, right.
And he doesn't really react to it. He's all happy about it till the bitter end. But then again, he thought the raptors were his buddies. Go on.
I don't think so. But my problem is
wait. So, but before you continue, I just want to make this last stupid joke. All right, so the character Zara, who gets the unfair death, played by actress Katie McGarth. Katie McGarth has done a lot of fantasy television, and she's currently playing, I think, one of Lex Luthor's female relatives on the Supergirl show.
Oh, she's Lex's sister on Supergirl. Now that you mention that, yes, that is her.
Yeah, but she previously, she was Morgan Pendragon on that So Merlin show on BBC a couple of years ago. And now that I know that, or that I was reminded of that, thanks to you fine folks, I want to do an illustration where Morgan Le Fay's using magic to blow up mosasaurs and pterodactyls left and right. Take that, you, she says. So
the one.
Sorry, I had to.
So my entire problem with that entire argument of, making raptors or dinosaurs in like they do in Fallen Kingdom, which is fucking terrible. I don't care what you say, it's fucking terrible. The entire plan to make like dinosaurs weapons of war. It's like, okay, yeah, we used to use like they used elephants in warfare. Like, yeah, we used to. We don't anymore. That's the whole point of military advancement. A single raptor is not going to be able to take out an entire terrorist embankment because it's one dinosaur versus at least two dozen terrorists. That's not good odds.
It'd be kind of like dropping a bunch of lions in there. Yeah, they might kill a couple of guys, but the terrorists have guns, right? I mean,
yeah, especially when you can drop a fucking velociraptor with one bullet. I mean, it happened in Jurassic World, Fallen Kingdom. So God, stupid, but that's their mentality. And then, of course, in Fallen Kingdom, what are they doing? They're selling dinosaurs to the highest bidder as military weapons.
I guess you could put a black jacket on it or something. I mean,
not even imagine this. They're selling adult dinosaurs, fully grown dinosaurs, as weapons, and it's like, these are terrible to train. You train them when they're young to get the best results. And you have the DNA to do this shit. Why don't you just make more? Sell the code to have them. Sell the DNA to have them freaking copied and whatever. You have the technology. They have the money. Go for it. What the fuck?
You'd make more money selling them to zoos and stuff, wasn't it in the original Jurassic Park book? Wasn't there a subplot about how they were going to make little miniature versions of the dinosaurs, and then going to try everybody they'll have to feed them Jurassic Park dinosaur food or something in order to keep them alive or whatever.
I remember that part.
Make more money like that way rather than trying to make soldiers out of them. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, the entire
200 feet tall or something.
I don't know why the writers are so obsessed with that. They might think it's cool, but this isn't fucking Dino Riders the movie. And if that's the case, just make Dino Riders the movie. I will be all up for watching that. As stupid and ridiculous as it will be.
Totally.
About as ridiculous as a small blue hedgehog that runs faster than the speed of sound.
Right. But
I can see it. It sounds like a cool concept. Oh yeah, we'll just get a Tyrannosaur and put guns on it. And seriously,
I'll find it. I'll find it. I'll share it.
It sounds like something that me, when I was 12 years old, would have just been crazy over, But really, because the Dino Riders toys were kind of awesome. I remember those. But yeah, imagine that, a live action movie. Dinosaur soldiers, velociraptors with AK-47s.
Oh my god!
It would be awesome.
What would be awesome, Wyn?
Well, it may have been it might be a tabletop game, and it might be kind of an obscure comic book series, but with the way CG's improved with dinosaurs and such, I would not mind a Cadillacs and Dinosaurs movie.
I would not mind one either.
Yeah.
That would be the shit.
You bring that up. I actually have the original Xenozoic. Well, not the original, but they came out last year with a thick collection of all of Schultz's Xenozoic tales, which is the basis for Cadillacs and Dinosaurs, and it is freaking cool. I used to have them all digital for some reason, but then my old computer that had them broke and I lost everything. So this came out. I was like, oh, good. I want to buy this for this. Oh, it's freaking cheap for $15. Fuck yeah. and it's
think I'm gonna have
awesome.
to,
I need this in
I'm gonna
my
have to
life.
put that
I need
down.
this in my life now.
It's pretty good. It's I have some of the old issues, and I didn't know that there was a trade paperback of it. I'm gonna have to find that.
I want to see if I can find the book, because it's a giant one. It's got everything. I'm trying to find the here we go. It's just called Xenozoic. I think I found according to Amazon here, it's $125, but I think you can probably get it for cheaper. I'll share a link.
What's that?
At least so you can see the cover, because this is the cover of what I've gotten. I got it on sale.
I love how we were all excited, but then we heard the price point, and it was like Sigourney Weaver and Galaxy Quest. It's like, screw this.
Let me see.
Well, worst case, I just wait for when my next paycheck comes in at work.
Right. Okay.
Or my tax return.
Okay. Xenozoic's also going for $23 on used Abe books. I'm trying to see if it's got a couple of.
That's not so bad.
Yeah, that's actually closer to what I paid for here. So yeah, no, if you can find that, get it, because it is a thick book.
Like you two Jabba the Hutt fan says, thick is best.
Thick.
So by the way, I posted that image you shared. So I know it's foul language on the screen, but you know it was too funny not to share.
I don't know what you're sharing because I can't see anything on it because it's just showing me your live stream thing.
Oh, okay. No, the one you just shared with me. The holy.
I
shit,
know
this
what
is
you're
awesome.
sharing, but
Yeah.
No, that is awesome shit right there. I don't care who you are.
That is.
Yeah, it's like you think the end all be all of insane dinosaur insanity would be Attack of the Super Monsters, but then you see the Dino Writers artwork, and it's like.
oh no, and UK is coming out with like exclusive redesigned Dino Rider stuff, and I'm really excited to see what they do with stuff.
Oh my goodness, is it just recreations of the old toys, or are it gonna be like new?
I don't know. I want to see if I can find it because I shared it on my Facebook here.
Uh-huh.
But I've seen some of the art for it. And I was like, I'm paying. I would pay money for this. Like, I hope I have a job when this comes out because I want to be throwing money at it like you wouldn't believe.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of cool because Dino Riders was a little obscure, so.
Actually, I've met Dan Gilzian. He voices Questar, one of the main characters of this show, of the original show.
Right on.
And he's a super cool dude too.
Yeah, I remember because I never actually had any of the toys, but I remember this, like the commercials, and I think there was like like the cartoon that went for like 13 episodes or something like that.
Yeah. Was on YouTube.
Oh, right on.
And I actually had two toys from it. I had the Deinonychus, which is also used as a Smithsonian model. It was the same mold for the Smithsonian Deinonychus. And then I had the Apatosaurus or Diplodocus that had all the side armor and everything else. That was pretty cool. But I lost all of it. Here we go. Dino Riders partners with some of the designs. Some of the design stuff for this stuff looks really freaking sweet. Like, not even joking. Like that art design there for a Dino Riders character is like, okay, I can see that being a nice update of the old outfits because that's something someone took care with.
Yeah.
And isn't making all fun of this shit.
Okay. Is it just the one picture of this girl in the space armor? Or
yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay. And this is part of the new update series, or is this just a really good? Okay.
It's basically they're doing model kits. They're partnering with MFA Collectibles for a series of statues based on the fan favorites 80s toy line, 1/10 scale statue line of riders and dinosaurs, a 1/6 scale statue line of characters, and a 1/10 scale Dinorama statue line.
Okay.
To check out some of the stuff. Then there's an official press release below, but it looks freaking like that looks cool, doesn't it?
Yes.
That's something I want to get fully behind and throw all my money at.
Yeah, it's like I'm familiar with the original kind of like Star Trek Phase 2 type outfits they wore in the original animated series. That's a really nice update. It's like it's not too extreme, and it's like it's very respectful of the original, but still being something that would look realistically like someone would wear in a future space environment. So, but with that says, where's the dinosaurs? I'm more excited to see that with lasers.
I'm kind of. I want to see the dinosaurs with lasers. I also want to see what they do with like updating them. Anatomically. I want to see all the updates with them. All of their stuff because it's going to be freaking cool. I'm excited. I don't know about you, but I'm excited for this.
I'm not gonna lie. If they ever did do like an animated revival, I would not mind throwing my hat into voicing one of the characters.
Do it.
Right. Oh my god. If I've been just for craps and giggles, I've just been posting like random images from Attack of the Super Monsters on the screen because if we're gonna use dinosaurs for military purposes, might as well give them mind control powers.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly. So I just don't want a stegosaur going into battle. I want that stegosaur to control an army of red rats, like the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Anyways, but it's funny now that you mention it. If I can get like some really clear crystal clear episodes of Attack of the Super Monsters, let's do like the further adventures, like do more dubs for them. So, if you're familiar with that series, but that's just a random thought that just popped in my head. But Dino Riders.
Wait, are we doing like fan dubs? So can we just make up our own dialogue?
Let's. What is fan? Like, are fan dubs that?
No, not like that. Because most fan dubs are actually done by they actually know the language and they can translate all the written stuff because they actually care. Mm-hmm. I was thinking like just a live riff dubbing of it. Like we watch it and just basically, we don't know what they're actually saying, but we come up with our own dialogue to replace it.
Yeah. There are so many movies we can make fun of like that. But...
Yeah, it's like someone writes a script and it'll say who voices what line, and we each read off a line.
Well, I was thinking either that, or we just watch an episode and we just randomly pick characters to riff or who to speak for, and like even if it's really good or not, it doesn't matter at that point.
Okay. So,
my improv skills still need work.
Oh, that's okay. Look at my improv skills; are pretty abysmal. So
they are.
Don't say.
You said it. I confirmed it. That's all I'm guilty of.
I don't need this punishment. I got 100 people waiting in line outside. I totally screwed over that line from Groucho Marx. I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. So, but yeah, I don't know. It's like we're talking about Dino Riders and Attack of the Super Dinosaur War Eisenborg or whatever it's called, and yeah, those are realistic. If you made the dinosaurs fantastically insane, give them battle armor, give them cybernetics, give them telepathy or magic. Yeah, I can see those being perfect military weapons, but at the same time, the Jurassic Park monsters, you're right. It's like. It's like, I love that analogy. You send a bunch of lions into a terrorist den, and yeah, the lions are going to pick off a couple of guys, but, the other guys are armed with bullets. So, wait a minute. What if we took a British secret agent who used to work for MI5 and merged him with a dinosaur? Manimal! Manimal.
Thought we had that. It was called Animorphs.
Animorphs. Yeah, that was a real thing, though.
I'm so old, I only remember Manimal.
On one hand, that would be a cool concept. On the other, I'd rather not have you get sued by Scholastic.
Oh, good point. Or worse, those people who did the Raptor Pastor movie recently.
I want to see that. I want to see that so bad because it looks so terrible.
It looks awesome as hell.
You too would say that.
Right now.
What's that, dog? You want to see the Raptor Pastor? Get out of here.
We also, so my roommate and I, we sometimes have bad movie nights, and the last bad movie night we watched, 4, which I thought was going to be, it looked better in the trailers and clips I've seen than what we actually got.
What was it called again?
4. It's like a remake of Razorback.
Oh, okay.
Very crappily done remake of Razorback.
Ooh.
I thought you said Thor, like, Marvel. I was like, what?
No, Boar.
Okay.
Boar, like wild pigs. Mm-hmm. That was terrible. We also watched Kung Fu.
Wait, would you say the movie Boar was a bore?
No. It was just bad.
Right.
All right, fine. I like mine better.
See,
your jokes are bad, and you should feel bad. But no, we also watched Kung Fu Dunk, which was pretty fun. No, yeah, it was Kung Fu Dunk because was it Kung Fu Dunk? It was one of those other films that came out at the same time as like Kung Fu Hustle and Shaolin Soccer, but with basketball.
Right. Oh, God.
Oh,
I
Shaolin
think
Soccer.
Right.
No.
Yeah, Kung Fu Dunk. I think you're right.
Which was kind of fun, but my friend got me. The Color Out of Space apparently got released straight to DVD.
That soon? It didn't even have much of a theatrical presence.
I don't think it even went to theaters. I think it just went straight to DVD.
Oh,
That's pretty awesome.
It does look good. Like, I'm actually excited to watch it, which we're going to watch it tomorrow night.
Oh, nice. I heard a lot of good reviews for it. And apparently Richard Starking, I'm getting the director's name wrong, but I think he's going to make a trilogy of Lovecraft movies, and this is the first of them.
I kind of hope he does the Dunwich Horror and maybe the Shadow over Innsmouth, but I would also like to really see Guillermo del Toro's at the Mountains of Madness, but we all know it's not going to happen. Another movie I think should have a cult following. Mm-hmm. The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then the Bigfoot. Mm. You think it sounds schlocky? You are incorrect. It is actually a really, really good film. Hmm. It stars Sam Elliott.
And Who Killed Hitler and Then the... Is that the full title?
That is the actual title. The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then the Bigfoot.
We're trying to keep our brains from exploding right now.
Not heard of that, so... I will keep my eyes open. Sounds cool.
It's a really good film. It was released on DVD back in October, I think. No, not October. Like August, I think. It was really good.
Right on. So are we looking for underrated films that we would recommend?
Yeah, I think that would be the last big question for the night. Because it's a school night, kids. I don't want to stay up too late. So
I'm unemployed. What do I care?
Right, I know, but Wyn and I are, darn it, Wyn's the only one here with a career. We all suck.
I don't work till 10, so if you want to continue for a bit longer, I'm good.
Okay, but yeah, I think we'll give it one more half an hour. But yeah, Macabre Comics, his last real question was, question for you all. What is an underrated movie that you would recommend? I'm going to let you guys go first so I can, because knowing me, I'm just going to say Yeti, Giant of the 20th Century, and nobody wants that.
Oh, I thought we were actually already... Sorry, I thought we were already talking about...
Those were guilty pleasures. Those were movies that we enjoy but we know are horrible. I think his question is, movies that we do think is that generally good movies are underrated, but that we'd worth recommending.
Brayton, for once we are in agreement. Now I expect more Roth Squatch out of you. Get to work.
It was okay. I'm guessing Brayton saw. Brayton did mention he saw the movie. So sorry
about that. I left the room for a minute, so I didn't know if you were already talking about it. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is kind of a nebulous question. So,
I mean, some of the ones we mentioned, I think, are kind of that, or some of the ones we mentioned already are kind of, already guilty. The guilty pleasures already kind of little cult movies. I know at least 3 of the ones that I mentioned were pretty good.
And Yeti, Giant of the 20th Century. Everyone loves that one, right? Guys, come back. No, wait, come back.
Leave him. Leave him.
I don't know why you've all decided to parachute off my loft. It's only 10 feet. So
out the window.
Right. Okay, so I think we will wrap this up then, because we've been talking for a good 2 hours, and so you guys have any last things you want to bring up or share before we call it quits?
A good underrated movie. Jeez. I think Theodore Roosevelt, American Badass. That's a good movie. It's a pretty good movie.
Mm-hmm.
That's a real movie, by the way. It's awesome as hell.
Right. Is it Theodore Roosevelt being a badass?
Yeah.
Just say yes.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
It's a true story.
Oh, wait, is it a serious movie or is it like an actual biopic with a funny title?
It's a comedy. It's a comedy.
Okay. Okay, I would go back and, like, earlier I mentioned I am a big fan of the movie Coneheads, although I know a lot of people despise that movie. But I honestly think if you're going to make a movie based on a Saturday Night Live character, go all out and, like, really play with the concept. So, but also, I think, oh, okay, no, I just finished. Hold on. Somebody might join us. We might keep this going for another half an hour.
I can stay up later if you want. I'm cool.
What about?
I have nothing to do.
And
I still have caffeine in my system, and I don't work till 10.
okay, what about you, dog? I'll stay up there too. Okay, Nippo says he'll stay up as well.
I think your dog needs a veterinary help.
And as usual, Navi gives 0 fucks.
Right. Okay. Hold on. I got a surprise little guest star coming in right now. So I can't believe he agreed to this. You're right. He'll be joining us soon from a land far beyond or something. I don't know.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's right. It's the ghost of Harold Lloyd. Okay.
Someone get an exorcist. We're ending this now.
You're not a big fan of Harold Lloyd?
Not
I can take care of that.
Holy crap.
Oh my god.
It's the ghost.
Oh, hello there, Andres.
Hello there.
Hi.
Oh, it is Andres.
Yes, we go. So, yeah, Andres, like a pill of speed mixed with hemp, is going to keep this live stream going for a little longer.
Yeah.
So, in other words, we crash now.
Right. Something stupid.
What a good combo. Are you trying to kill Andres, Raph?
What? I'm sorry, Wendy.
Andres is killing himself.
Considering the last time I was on one of these live streams, it was the middle of Halloween night, and it was nothing but impersonations galore. So,
thank you.
Yeah, that might be enough to kill me.
Right.
In my defense, I was on a candy high.
I'll accept your apology, Wyn.
Right.
Yay!
Just because you're you.
Right.
Yay!
Again, that image you shared where it's just like, oh god, the community, the guy comes back and sees everything on fire.
Yes.
I know everyone else enjoyed that, but it's like, I'm like, I could have done better. And the Great Pumpkin never showed up.
No, you couldn't have.
Oh my goodness. And speaking, I love the fact
it's like I was like that one character from Batman Begins. When's the nuts took over the nut house?
you are like our personal Harvey Bullock. That's how much we love you.
Let's see, Harvey Bullock. Are you saying I'm fat?
No, you're endearing.
Are you saying I'm grumpy?
No, you're frumpy.
Are you saying I don't like the Batman?
Hey, listen, the Harvey Bullock from Batman the Animated Series has a surprising number of female fans, so you shouldn't be too upset. So, but anyways, yeah, I love that I'm looking at the live stream of consciousness, and we got 3 thumbs down. Like, who the hell gave me 3 thumbs down?
Perfect.
Yeah.
My influence is already working.
You went on your like official Twitter screen and said, "Raph and Shoma's the guy behind the Fire Island Festival. Get him!"
Oh god, you have to be extremely delusional to pull off a fire festival like Billy McFarlane did.
Yeah. By the way, we have somebody in the comment section called Macabre Comics. He says, KaijuNoir, I'm ordering your comic this weekend. It looks good. I think Draco Azul would look beautiful as a NECA figure.
Interesting you should mention NECA figure, given the recent accomplishment that has been made this past week, this ongoing week.
And care to share?
Yes. Okay, yeah. For anyone who has followed the Primal Warrior Draco Azul Facebook page, or my own personal Facebook, or my Instagram, the prototype for the 6-inch/15 centimeter tall Draco Azul resin figure has been completed. And so we are currently in the process of transitioning over from prototype to full production.
If you have an image of this illustration, I can post it online. And also,
yes.
Before I forget, we have a newcomer. I'm not going to say newbie, rookie, or noob to this live stream. Mark, aka Hawanja, aka the Mark the Crimson roommate from the Mystery Science Theater fan films.
Oh my God!
He's here.
There you go.
The world's greatest Cyberman from Doctor Who.
I'm totally a noob. You can say that.
Okay.
Is that KaijuNoir? Is that who that is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, I am.
Yes.
Also,
yeah, I watch your
always.
videos all the time, man.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much, man. It means a lot to me.
He's also our Tom Servo in our show.
That's
All right.
true.
We got nothing but celebrities. We got KaijuNoir, we got Mark the Crimson Roommate, we got me, we got Wyn the Rogue, and of course Denny Roth, the star of the famous Patterson film. Yes.
I'm just the guest star for this episode. Don't mind me.
Okay.
Raph, you're the glue that holds us all together.
Oh.
What was it? Elmer's glue?
Or glue. Never mind.
So you have
so,
a resin toy coming out?
Yeah.
soon?
Yes, I do. I just sent the images to Raph on Facebook right now.
Yeah, it's going to take me a while to download them because it's thanks a lot.
And just because I can't resist, no one's gonna get that reference.
I know, Boo. Okay.
And
Sure you do.
Right.
Besides that, so yeah, the figure has been in the works for a while now. We toyed around with making it a translucent figure, but we after that we started working out the kinks. We decided to go make a full painted figure.
Mm-hmm.
And now that the figure is done, the figure is currently the prototype was produced by my friend Tabun Lee, which you can find on Facebook and Instagram.
Holy.
He's working over in Thailand. He lives in Bangkok, Thailand, and so he was recommended to me by my friend Garayan, another Thai artist, creator of the Nagorayar character and the Daikaiju Daikasen indie game video game project. And now that that's finished, we're trying to move production over to the U.S. So that way, no one would have. No potential customers would have to deal with the pesky nature of international shipping. So if everything goes well, we're sending the prototype, the 3D files, the 3D molds over to Sean Hadley of Hop Toys, the guy who's responsible for the Roman from Robot Monster figure, the Saucer Man from Earth versus the Flying Saucer, and potentially the giant claw figure based on the giant claw. So this guy definitely focuses on. This guy definitely focuses on making figures based off of public domain or pseudo public domain B-movie characters. And so
Andres, how do you feel that they're because they're public domain characters that the giant claw might actually battle Draco Azul in a semi-official capacity?
That would be out of this world, my friend. It's Mexican robot versus Mexican-made monster. It couldn't be perfect.
Right?
Couldn't be more perfect.
Okay, I'll be posting the Draco Azul image, but on the live stream. But I just shared it with everyone on the Skype channel.
Yes.
So
yeah, but DA doesn't look that Mexican.
I know, Denny. I know you desperately want to see him in a sombrero and a sarape and a
No. We have Tequila Gundam for that. No. I have other ideas. I have other ideas to make it more Mexican design because.
All right, Mr. Artist. I'd like to see you take a stab at it.
I did already.
Well, yeah, you made it. You had the chance to make it more Mexican, but you made it more Gundam-ish.
That's a win-win for me. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know. I definitely agree. Although, if you ever were to make him as epic as Eldora Soul or Eldora 5 from Gunsword, the anime Gunsword, I would also be happy with that. But yeah, if anyone wants to, I love to see anyone do their own take on Draco Azul. As silly or as awesome or as horrifying as that could potentially be. Yeah, with like I was saying, as Sean Hadley takes over production, he could, using the molds and the 3D files, he can reproduce the figure within America, and from there I still haven't yet decided how or where I'm going to host or sell the figure. But I've already seen a ton of positive support and a lot of people interested in the figure. It will be pricey, though, because unfortunately that is the nature of indie vinyl /resin figures due to the cost of producing these items. The best way of making a profit is to sell them at twice the cost that it makes to produce them. So it's going to be roughly within the ballpark of $100, at least initially. I'm going to put out a slightly lower discount for the first batch. At least that is the plan for the time being. Right. And I am... Sorry?
Yeah, that's about average for low run. Is it resin, right?
Resin, yes.
Yeah.
It would have been more expensive. It would have been...
In the same ballpark as any kind of other, low run sort of art toy kind of thing. So
yeah. So this was definitely going to be aimed towards like the hardcore collectors, whereas like people like companies like Bandai or Takara, they make these, or Hasbro, they make figures in bulk, so they can afford to sell them at roughly $20, $30, $40 a pop, whereas these figures are made in such small quantities that it's only natural that they'd be more expensive. If you've seen, what was it? The most expensive third-party figure I've seen. Very
nice. Is this it that we're seeing on the screen right now?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Thank you. I've seen like certain...
By the way, Macabre Comics says, I am ordering that. When is it available? So that's his question.
That's going to be... That's really going to depend on Sean Hadley's part, given that he's also doing stuff with his own Hop Toys projects. And potentially, I'm sure he's doing other commission work as well. Okay. So I'm definitely going to be talking to him. Right now, I'm paying for the cheapest service to ship the prototype and the molds over to Sean in the U.S. from Thailand to the U.S., which is going to take about 15 to 20 days, I believe, roughly a month to go overseas, or a little less than a month. You asked before how tall the figure is. It is 6 inches or roughly 15 centimeters. So that is roughly the standard size of a typical Bandai Godzilla, Ultraman, Kamen Rider, Super Sentai figure. So I wanted it to be in that scale.
That's fantastic, because that's what I was about to say. Will it fit in with my Bandai figures?
Right. That was definitely the intention. In fact, even the articulation is very Bandai-esque, where there's going to be swivels in the shoulders, so you can move the arms up and down. You can swivel at the waist, swivel at the head, and swivel at the scarf. So you can, if you want to make the scarf look like it's billowing in the wind, you can do that.
Very nice.
Where else can it swivel?
Myself. I don't know if you saw in the Mystery Science Theater episode we did, the background there, that's my action figure collection. So
right, I remember that.
So I'm actually looking at this. It looks really nice, I must say.
Thank you so much. What was I going to mention? And Macabre Comics said, I'm ordering that when it's available. He says, like, only $100? Take my money. And I'm totally open to collaborate with other people if they want to do, like, if they want me to make, like, a variant of Draco Azul in, like, an alternate color scheme. In fact, I will share this with you guys. Let's see.
Make it glow in the dark.
That'd be something there. Let's see. So one individual approached me with I won't mention his name because I guess the collaboration isn't official yet, but I'll share the image with Raph to share with you guys.
Jeff Goldblum.
To make a Jeff Goldblum variant of Draco Azul.
It's just like Jeff Goldblum's body, but with Draco Azul's scarf and head. I'm going to find out how they make sneakers. Oh, yes.
So there was an individual, an author of a particular series of kaiju novels, and he approached me with the idea of potentially making Draco Azul in his kaiju's colors and a figure of his kaiju in my robot's colors. So we already did a mock-up of what the figure could potentially look like, and I just sent reference images and the concept art for the alternate color scheme to Raph.
Okay, I'm not going to share all these images, but I will share the big one that you were talking about.
Right, sure. Or you can share at least one of those images so they know.
Yeah, that's my plan.
What Draco's based off. Okay, and so I kind of seen this thing done with Mazinger Z a lot, where they would sell a version of Mazinger Z in like Hello Kitty colors, in Devilman colors, in Getter Robo colors. So it's like it'd be fun to play around with that with Draco Azul.
I guess well, once you get all the molds made, that's like your sunk cost, right?
Yes, yeah. For
any other figures you make, you can profit a lot more from those, right? From
absolutely. It really. Sorry, I keep interrupting you.
No, go ahead, dude.
Knowing the cost of making this figure, yes, a lot of the bulk of the cost goes into producing the mold itself. Meanwhile, it's significantly cheaper. Once you have the mold, the rest of the process is much, much easier. And now I understand why Bandai makes so many repaints of their like Godzilla figures, or why Hasbro often makes repaints or slight remoldings of their Transformers figures, just because it's that much. You save that much more money doing so.
Exactly, for example, back the old Masters of the Universe toys.
Oh yeah, it was the same body type for everybody.
Yeah, they just reused the same arms and legs and parts to make new figures, all the time. It's like because they're saving all kinds of money.
Wait a minute, are you telling me all those the incredible variety of Masters of the Universe characters who had the exact same body and muscle ridges were just the same mold used over and over again? I do not believe that.
That's right, Raph. You've been had.
Oh my
You've
God.
all been had.
I'm glad.
More like sad.
Go cry your dad. Because I'm mad.
I can't. Too bad, because I'm rad. You may be sad, but you'll never be rad.
That's a terrible skateboarding movie. Okay, let's get out of this wordplay.
It's been a very interesting journey so far, delving into the world of indie figure making. It's incredibly expensive for anyone out there who wants to make one. So for anyone who wants to make their own figure, just prepare to spend a hefty amount of cash, because commissioning art is one thing. Commissioning 2D art is one thing. Commissioning 3D art is, we're working on a whole other level right there. But I don't regret it one single bit.
So how many are you going to make, the first run?
At the moment, I'm thinking conservatively of around 10 to 15 figures, potentially making 10 painted figures and 5 translucent, blue translucent, clear resin figures.
Okay, so very, very small runs is what you're talking. Okay.
Yeah. I'm thinking of considering it like a test batch. A test batch to test the waters and see if the demand truly is there. And given the response, it seems like it's going to work out. And that's going to be the area where it's going to be about roughly around the ballpark of $100.
Right.
After
so
the
they're
test,
costing roughly $50 each. So you are putting in a pretty big investment in order to get all these out, right?
In most definitely. And I do hopefully plan to get a few, if all goes well, fingers crossed, I do plan to bring some of them to this year's G-Fest in Chicago in July.
I'll take one from you. So put me on the pre-order list. I'll definitely take one.
All right then. You know what? I need to keep track of all these pre-orders because everyone's asking me to let them know once it's ready. So maybe by the time the test batch is done, it's already going to be sold out.
Oh, but by the way, Wyn knows a bus full of nuns who would love pre-orders, and I have like 48 identical twins who want pre-orders too. That's not going to be too complicated, right? Oh, and Denny Roth knows a couple of guys. What were they called? The Rockettes from the last 50 years of Radio City Music Hall. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Like
okay.
they're really excited, but they couldn't come on here because they were just too shy.
Right. So.
So yeah, that's a thing right there.
Yeah. So quick question about this though. Going to G-Fest with this is not a bad idea, but are you still gonna do it in the artist alley, or are you gonna try to get yourself a proper booth? Or if
no, I'm already set with my artist. I already paid for my artist alley table for this year, and I will be. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I would recommend, if possible, sell it in the artist alley, but also maybe if the Monstrosity guys are having another booth to sell off their wares.
Oh, yeah, that's a very good idea.
Yeah, because I hate to say it, I think a lot of the people who go to G-Fest aren't that interested in the artwork when they want to buy toys. So I don't know, just like cover all your bases, and of course we have a good working relationship with Matt. You know, when we're not making fun of him, so. And vice versa.
Yeah, that's a very good idea. I never thought of that, but I will talk to Matt and see that, because I know he definitely wants to help me out in terms of marketing for this figure. In fact, he pitched the idea to me of potentially collaborating on creating a commercial for the Draco Azul figure.
Oh my goodness.
And I thought it was a brilliant idea, and it made me think of like those old school 70s, 80s, like Bandai Gundam toy figures, where there's like these models and they have the toy robots lightly moving in stop motion.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
yeah, or like those old Diaclone. Yeah.
Sexy Gundam. Like lightning, animated lightning, and like fog machine is on override.
Yeah. Or like those old Diaclone commercials as well. Diaclone!
It's turned into a gun!
All right. So, fun fact, back in the day, the reason why you never saw American commercials like that is because there were laws that said you couldn't have a commercial showing a toy doing something that it didn't do in real life. So that's why, like, you never saw, like, toys using the toys as stop motion, because then like people would say, hey, the toy doesn't move like that. You know, but apparently in Japan they don't have that law, so cool stuff like, you know, stop motion Transformers commercials and things like that.
I see. So that's why they always have the kid playing and fiddling around with the toy. It's
exactly.
Like, look, I got Optimus Prime. He can turn into a robot.
You always see the kid's hand actually moving it around.
Yeah,
but
and there's always like a block of plastic cubes that they smash the toy through.
Totally.
Yeah, they did that for the I Love Lucy play set. You know, it's like here comes oh crap, I forgot his name. The landlord. Oh, here comes Fred Mertz with his action power gun hand. This is a bad idea, Lucy.
And now Lucy LaBelle has like over 20 different key phrases from the show. Ricky, I want to be in the show.
And here comes Ricky Ricardo and his bongo mecha. Babaloo. Oh god, this got stupid. Somebody class this joint up.
That's your own fault.
I know.
That's the beauty of live streams, though. They're supposed to be fun.
I know, but I feel like Gabriel Cotter from Welcome Back, Cotter. I'm like I'm the titular character, but I'm the weakest element of this whole thing.
You're the supporting character in your own show.
Yeah, exactly. just like
you're the Godzilla. You're like Godzilla in Godzilla 2014.
Oh my god! And you're all my Megaguruses, my Mutos, my Jet Jaguars, my Megalons.
Your Mothras, your Batras.
So.
You're that human sidekick who travels with us with our super team.
You're the king.
You have a giant robot. I don't know what Mark would be.
Right.
I could be Godzuki.
Oh,
The worst.
Spooky.
No. Raph, what you are, unfortunately, you're the
That's
Kenny.
me.
no. Wait a minute. I get to go anywhere and get all the candy. Okay, it's not that bad.
And you never have to die, which is the exact opposite of your previous character.
Right. But
The only drawback is, since it's a Saturday morning show, you're probably going to be kidnapped by the bad guy in every episode.
oh god, and I'll have like a really. Anyways, enough of this nonsense gag.
I'm looking at comments. Macabre said, looks great, Andres, just one thing. He needs bigger thighs. That is an entirely different figure altogether.
Right.
Although I can already imagine someone make, like, any of you guys seen those, what do you call those, Gundam Girl fan arts? I feel like someone's gonna do that for. It's already happened to Draco Azul, kind of.
What is the obsession with that anyway?
Because girls in armor are cute.
And anime artists are horny weirdos.
I mean, they
Also,
do it.
we got girl battleships. Okay, so at this point, nothing is untouchable.
Nothing is sacred.
Nothing is sacred. Thank you. That's what I was trying to say.
They do that to like kaiju and like pretty much anything. They'll make like a sexy girl character.
We're going to gender bend it all the way to female, and we're going to make it sexy or cute or both. Sexy cute.
There's a plus side to it. At least it isn't a Gundam girl being turned into a lolly Gundam girl.
Ugh.
Then you'd have to bring out the torches and pitchforks.
Oh my god.
Man, there's just some things I'll never understand.
Oh
It's
my
like,
god.
some people masturbate to anything. It's like, dude.
No, please don't win. Don't.
I was gonna say, I'm sorry.
It's time to stop, okay?
The Adventures of Underage Miss Blue. No!
FBI, open up!
I don't have enough alcohol to go through the rest of this.
Right.
The French. French.
Are you?
And,
did the cat scratch you?
He bit me. So I got my
He's
car.
apparently a Gundam Girl fan. That's what you get for dissing him.
And so, speaking...
He's just salty that there isn't enough awesome cats in media.
Well, speaking of cats, so I'm sure everyone
you
here
saw that movie too.
No.
Okay.
Oh god.
I didn't see it either. Yeah.
So I'm sure most of you guys here are familiar with Will's character, Belle the Crooked Cat Girl.
Yes.
So when Will commissioned our friend Steve, Denny and I's mutual friend Steve, to draw Belle, Steve had the genius idea of redesigning Belle with a very familiar costume. And I just shared it now on not Facebook, on Skype. On Skip.
Aw, that's cute.
Yeah, so it's already happened. The Gundam girlization of Draco Azul has already commenced.
No, that's not quite it. Nice
True.
try for trying to say that. That's not quite right. I mean, you want to, I can do it. I mean,
you know what? If you can, I just for fun. Let's make it Mexican. It's gotta be a Mexican girl.
well, you and Will still haven't paid me for starting on that commission for when you do the God's Wrath stuff.
That's right. Okay, so I'll talk to Will on that. And let's see here. Looking at the comments from Macabre Comics. Question for all of you that will probably get things back on track. What is your most underrated Godzilla film? Mine is Sea Monster. It's not that bad. Yes, I will go with that as well. Right. To paraphrase, what was it? Yukino Joe. It was a good movie.
Yeah, I hate to say it. Like earlier, we were joking about Godzilla not being the star of his own movie. Which is probably the nicest compliment you guys ever gave me, or comparison. But it's funny. Like I rewatched Godzilla vs. the Sea Monster recently, and I really love that film a lot too. But Godzilla seems to be the weakest element of the whole thing, doesn't he? It's like
because he's supposed to be King Kong.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Who was supposed to be Frankenstein? Who was supposed to be yada yada yada?
Right, Fred Astaire at one point. That was weird.
Yeah, it's a pretty good movie. It's you can
It's a
definitely
Wonderful
tell
Life
there
was really
were
weird.
rewrites. They were, the story was adapted for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I will go on a limb here and be the dissenting vote. I think Godzilla's Revenge is underrated.
I would agree with you there. Yes, it's something I've slowly warmed up to over time.
I think the reason I think that is because if you look at the context and what the film was made for and the audience it was actually made for, you get a little bit of a lighter sentence on it because it was made for a children's fair, and Subaraya was having a whole bunch of health issues at the time. So, and the fact that it's about a kid that I can identify with because I was a latchkey kid. So I know exactly what he's going through, and I have my big escape thing was my own imagination because I lived out in the middle of nowhere and it sucked. So I think the movie itself is much better than people want to give it credit for because they just think it's just some hokey, very campy, like the worst aspects of the Godzilla film filmography of this time. But at the same time, it's like it's not that bad when you look at the why it was made, what it was made for, what the audience of it was for. It's not that bad. Like, it would be the first movie I would show a kid wanting to get into Godzilla.
No, that's a good point. And not only that, but it's also pleasantly short. It's like just a little over an hour. It moves at a good pace. And
it's more than an hour.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a little over an hour, I said. And more to the point, it's not Gamera Super Monster Space Warriors 3000. So
it doesn't have it doesn't have that insulting of a story. And yeah, it's like having lived in Japan and understanding that a frightening chunk of Japan's population have grown up in latchkey environments. Because, due to the work environment in Japan, lots of parents are too busy to spend a healthy amount of time with their children. So the movie itself is a really fascinating peek into the lives of the average Japanese child, even so many years later.
I can appreciate that movie. To be honest, it really, I didn't like it. But so I got the Criteria collection and actually saw the Japanese language version, and that one is much better than the English dub.
Yeah, although you have to admit the theme song.
And it also helps that it's like a clean print and all that stuff too. So, because up until before then, the only thing I ever saw was the crappy kind of pan and scan one with really crappy dubbing over it.
Sure.
And, it's all washed out and everything. Yeah, so, it definitely is a much better movie than
his cars
the version that we were presented with.
Very good. So. Sorry. I had to.
How dare you?
I know. Well, the other thing is that it's funny. I have the Criterion collection. I haven't watched anything out of it yet.
I've been slowly making my way through them. There's so many. It's like
it's still more than the Gamera. More than Gamera.
It's true.
Poor Gamera.
Underrated Godzilla film. Well, I could say my favorite one is GMK. That's my favorite one. But as far as underrated, jeez. I don't know. Because all the ones I'm going to say are fan favorites. I'd have to say Hedorah, Godzilla versus Hedorah. I know that one's some people love it, some people hate it. But I just think I like the it's a lot different than all of the other ones in the series. It's got a lot of weird psychedelic stuff going on, and it's very much a product of its time, I guess you would say, So I kind of like that one, even though it's really, it kind of goes off in the left field, and he starts flying and all this stuff, and there's it's very psychedelic, I guess. So
it's one of those weird where it's a very trippy movie because it uses a lot of odd imagery that's peppered through it to kind of make you feel a little bit unbalanced, I think.
Mm.
Yeah, and I guess I think it's much better than because I know there's a lot of people have criticisms of that movie, and I think it's a lot better than people give it credit for. You know,
It's
and
all
it
the weird because I
sounds
usually
like
hear people like it. Like they
like from
enjoy
what I
it.
understand, that the silly parts were added in order to sort of balance it out, since there's like a little bit of like, you know, there's like parts where like people are like getting killed by slime, and like a very disturbing scene where there's like this nightclub and just a cat sitting there like terrified of all this sludge everywhere. So like
the cat survives.
Yeah. So they put
if you really want to take a metaphor,
like they did like the flying scenes for the kids, you know what I mean? Like that kind of thing. But it just sort of makes it all the more like bizarre, I guess. You know? That even happens. So I don't know. I'd say probably that one is my underrated Godzilla film.
Okay, so Wyn, are you familiar with all the Godzilla films, or should I just go?
I was a teenager when I saw a lot of them on TV, so it's hard to keep track, but if there was one that I had owned in college, it was when I found an import for Godzilla 2000.
Oh, good.
Nice.
It wasn't bad. I kind of liked it.
That's a good movie.
Yeah. Definitely a fan favorite. Lots
Which
of
is
nostalgia
why-
on that one.
Which is one big contributor to when the death battle happened between him and the Green Power Mechagodzilla and the Green Power Ranger, that I got salty when they decided to off Akane straight away. No, fuck you. You don't do that. Fuck you. Death Battle.
Don't you dare!
That green lime flavored popsicle, because that's the grossest kind.
Okay, so I guess I'll go next. Most under. Oh God, I love so many of the Godzilla movies. Even the ones I don't like, there's still elements in there that I enjoy.
Mechagodzilla, no.
Okay, you're right. I'll throw that one under the bus. Or actually, Mechagodzilla. I think Mechagodzilla is great because of the titular monster. She's a lot of fun. A giant dragonfly with attitude. Literally, that's like scenes. There's close-ups where she's smiling and snickering as Godzilla suffers. But I think one of the most underrated Godzilla movies, just because of its extremely bad reputation, I think is Godzilla vs. Megalon. Because when you get like that movie is infamous for being the ultimate bottom of the barrel Godzilla movie,
cheapo film.
Yeah, cheapo and everything. But when you compare it to say maybe like Godzilla vs. Gigan there's stuff about that I enjoy, but it's also kind of a slog to get through. It's a little on the boring side, and it's like I think Godzilla, like you said, that Godzilla's Revenge is a good introduction to the Godzilla films as a kid film. I would say Megalon is similar to it too, especially since first off it's a fairly enjoyable movie, and once we get to the monster action, we get into the monster action. The final fight scene takes basically the chunk of the third act, and it's a great fight scene. It's nowhere near as good as some of the more spectacular Godzilla fights we got before or after, but the choreography, the slapstick, the obvious character interaction. I know Brayton likes to make fun of the fact that Gigan and Gigan is slapping his butt at Jet Jaguars in Godzilla's direction, but that's just great characterization for Gigan since he's such a scoundrel, and why not take it all the way there? So it's a very.
This is the movie with the drop kick, right?
Yes, with the sliding tail drop kick. Yes, haters going to hate.
Yeah, and Jet Jaguar.
That's the movie right there.
Yeah, Jet Jaguar's in it. Megalon's a lot of fun, even if his design's a little on the unappealing, bulky side. Gigan's always a treat to have in any movie.
Stock footage.
Yeah.
Multiple instances of stock footage.
You're right. I forgot to mention Gyra and King Ghidorah are also in the movie too. just off camera helping Megalon blow up stuff. But with that says though, yeah, there's it's like, what is it? You guys said earlier, the biggest crime a movie can commit is just being boring. And I think other than maybe like the first act with our human heroes, aka dad, his uncle, friend, and kid in unlikely relationship.
And his best friend / potential lover.
Yes, exactly.
Wait, you mean Jet Jaguar was his potential lover? So
No,
that's why he made the robot.
okay, no, that's his sex toy, Denny.
Right.
What, are you saying
That's his sex doll.
Are you saying that robots can't be lovered? You robo...
There's a difference. There's a hard line, okay? They can do the naughty stuff, but they cannot be in a committed relationship, all right?
Mark, cover your ears. The adults are saying bad
I
stuff.
can't believe I would ever hear this from you, Andres. How could you?
Yeah.
Robots are nothing more than tools.
You hear that, Draco Azul? You're clear that you're nothing but a tool.
He doesn't have a soul. Wait, I did give him kind of a soul.
Yes,
Damn
you
it!
did. Yes, you
Fuck!
did.
He's one of those sentient Megazords that everyone forgets has a soul when they kill him off at the end of the season. So
I mean, I'll say this about Megalon is it was the one of the first 2 Godzilla movies I ever owned, because I also owned King of the Monsters with Raymond Burr, and I would watch those 2 like back to back all the time as a kid. Because again, I'm a latchkey kid, and I was home alone most of the time, especially on weekends, in the middle of nowhere.
First for me was King Kong versus Godzilla. That was the first movie I ever bought with my own money when I was like 8 years old. And VHS tapes used to cost like $5 back in the 80s. And I was like, hey, and I bought that one. And I watched it so many times that like the tape started to like deteriorate.
You want to talk about boring? Let's talk about King Kong versus Godzilla and how it put me to sleep all the time.
No, if you want to talk boring, Destroy All Monsters has you covered.
I fall asleep during Destroy All Monsters as well, but I've also seen it several times up to a certain point.
Yeah. No, Destroy All Monsters, I like Destroy All Monsters, I respect it, but it doesn't live up to its name. But then again, like
all the monsters live. What the hell?
Well, yeah, that and
false advertising.
Right.
The only monster that got destroyed wasn't even by the humans themselves, who were claiming to destroy all the monsters.
Exactly, and it says destroy all monsters. Where was Pudgy Pig and Mad Mike the Pizza Monster? Where was Giron and the Babe from the She Monster?
Where's the pumpkin wrapper? Damn it!
Where's the beef?
Where's the stuff?
Where's Waldo?
Oh, he's in there. I found him.
Where in the goddamn world is Carmen Sandiego?
Right here.
Apparently not getting a 3rd season, the poor girl.
The good old Netflix curse.
Yeah. This isn't making gangbusters. Cancel it. All right.
It's not Stranger Things. Cancel it.
Yeah. Anyways, well, on the bright side, at least it's not like what is it? Me and my brother Miguel, aka Professor Gonzo, the angry astrologer. We were talking about if we got our stuff done as animated shows, what network we would go to, and even knowing streaming is a better alternative to television, even that's iffy because, again,
it's a 3-season curse.
Yeah, Netflix usually, unless the show is like extremely popular, they usually cancel at 3 seasons, and there's so many shows that only got 1 season on Netflix, but nobody really cares about them, and hence nobody knows about them. And what's
that's the problem is that there's so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
the other thing, the other alternate to that is that
they're not
good. Netflix. no. With Netflix, like what happened to Voltron: Legendary Defender, like the first 3 seasons were solid.
Yes.
But then the producers kept getting involved because they were seeing all of the fans' reactions to some of the shipping that they were doing, and of course they killed one of the characters that needed to die.
Yep.
And to advance the story of the characters, and they just kind of started screwing with stuff until like the last couple seasons made no goddamn sense.
Right.
So that's an example of producers trying to cash in on the fans' reaction to it too much, to the point that the show's quality suffers. And I think everyone kind of agrees the last few seasons of Voltron were terrible. So that's the other alternate side of it here. I mean, then you got other sides where you have networks. If you go to an actual network to finance it, they'll either cancel it after 1 season, or it'll be so popular that they will not. They'll wait extended periods of time and then air them like 1 episode at a time, or a whole bunch of episodes at a time.
Like Steven Universe, like how fans used to wait like a year before
6 months for a new episode. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or
yeah,
worse.
they would do episode dumps like 4. They'd like dump 4, and then another 6 months would pass, and they dump 4 more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Right.
Did Adventure Time also go for that?
Done. Those 4 have been done. That's the thing. That's
Adventure
annoying.
Time, from what I remember, got a better viewing premiere dates than Steven Universe ever did. Especially, but then you have the opposite problem. You end up on a network where they don't allow new shows to have a chance whatsoever. Like I don't care if you're a Nickelodeon fan or not. How many SpongeBob marathons can they air? It's like it's a miracle to see any other show that. It's like, what is it? They've pretty much canceled brand new series just so they can put in like an all-day SpongeBob marathon. They've calmed down on that recently, but yeah, it got pretty bad where it was just nothing but. Cartoon Network similarly had the problem with Teen Titans Go, and I know a lot of people like Teen Titans Go, but on the network itself, it's like all the new programming got pushed to like once a week, and then Teen Titan marathons every day. It's like, oh my goodness.
Well, Teen Titans is what most of their audience watches, and I'll admit, okay, so I want to get everyone. Will go after me. I actually like.
You
Teen
don't
Titans
like
Go because,
we Three Bears, you son of a.
I think we three bears is good too. Like that's a different show.
I know. I like Teen.
I like Teen
I'm
Titans.
with you, man. I love Teen Titans Go. I'm sorry.
Because it's a parody.
Get out.
Like
I'm just kidding.
It's making fun of the material in a way that I can relate to because it's kind of ridiculous how a bunch of this shit goes and like. Some of these character archetypes are overplayed in the original one. It's like, okay, fine. This is fine. This is a parody. It's making fun of it. I like parody shows.
Right.
I don't mind it too much. I kind of chuckle every now and then, the little I see it since I don't have cable because of the self-awareness and how it's kind of gotten a little better. My problem is the fact that it's whored out.
Yeah.
You whore it out. People are going to burn out fast and they're going to want it gone, especially if you replace a well-beloved franchise's time slot with more episodes of this franchise. Yes, we get it. You get a lot of views with it, but you gotta have a little variety if you want your channel to survive. Yeah. This is what made people start cutting the cord to begin with because it's the same shit every day. And the fact that you need to look beyond your desired demographic. You got to expand to everybody. Give it a little something to everybody without being too preachy, without being too childish, without being too adult where it goes over the head. A nice mix. It's why people liked Avatar: The Last Airbender, because it had a little bit of everything. It had good comedic timing, had great action, great emotional moments in its writing that was thought-provoking, that kids could understand, and it didn't really have anything pushy or preachy or anything. It was just like a nice mix of everything.
Yeah, thank you, Wyn. You put my argument in much better words than I ever could. So much like Horseshack from Welcome Back, Kotter, as compared to Kotter himself.
No, that's a good point. I mean, personally, like for Teen Titans, I just buy them on DVD. I don't even have cable, but from what I understand, they just play it over and over and over and over, right?
Yeah, all day marathons from like.
And it's just like not giving any room for any other shows to take root. You're never going to get any new fans for new material if you don't actually show it, right?
Exactly. And not only that, but I think. Oh God, it's sad too because I saw the Teen Titans Go movie when I was like house sitting for you guys last year. And that was really good. That was surprisingly good. Like how clever and intelligent it was in its spoofing, like Denny says. But yeah, it's hard to enjoy any show, regardless if it's good or not, if it's a guilty pleasure or a general classic, if it's the only thing that's aired over and over and over again. Like what is it? Before Disney bought it, and I think it's still around, the Fox Movie Channel, they only show the same 15 movies over and over again. Like, I like Fantastic Voyage, but it's like, do you really need to play Fantastic Voyage once every 2 days? Guys, come on.
Yeah, I could never go back to regular cable, where you have to actually wait for stuff to air. Like, seriously, I haven't had cable in more than a decade. It's just all streaming for me.
Yeah, you're not
I have
missing
like
much.
no patience to sit through commercial breaks anymore.
Yeah.
You know,
And commercials
I
are
have no
being
patience to wait around. It's like, oh, this doesn't air. It's not going to be on until tomorrow night. Screw that.
Right.
I mean, the other thing is like what's one of the other things that Cartoon Network did? If we're talking, since we're shitting on Cartoon Network, why not go the whole distance? Is
Right.
the last good series they had was Infinity Train.
Oh my god, I love Infinity Train.
So they had the
still
first
see
Infinity
that.
Train back in like September. No, it was in October. Because I was still working with Eagle, and we watched it. We binged all the episodes, and then like within like 3 months, we got another Infinity Train miniseries, and it's like, okay, that's how you guys can do these episodes. You guys got this much done, the second season roughly done in like a short amount of time, a short time that it takes for Steven Universe to update, and you told an entire season in like a short amount of time. Can you not get your other development teams to do this kind of shit, or are you just going to try and do this for the fucking ratings again?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, there's probably research and all this other baloney that goes into scheduling.
And it also depends on whoever they get from management, since Christine Miller recently stepped down, which is for the best, because when she became CEO, that's where we got the Nothing But Teen Titans Go blocks.
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure there's like lots of contracts and all kinds of other, BS that they're like, who knows what the decision making really is. I mean, whether it's just like,
we'll see.
this show because more money or whatnot. That's probably what it is.
Yeah, we'll see with management, though. To give credit where credit's due, say what some people will about Disney and some decisions, at least they're kind of getting better with some of the cartoons they're putting on Disney XD and the Disney Channel in itself, because we get Star versus the Forces of Evil. We had a satisfying ending to Gravity Falls.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Gravity Falls, the creator just wanted to stop it at 2 seasons. He didn't want to try and extend it outwards. Star, however, went downhill stupid fast in the last season.
Well, last season, yes, but the other seasons, you gotta admit, were pretty decent.
Season 1 was good. Season 2 was okay. Season 3, I could see the downward spiral, and then season 4 just spiraled completely out of control.
But
I like Star versus. I like Star. Star was fun. It was bubbly. It was engaging. It was exciting.
Yeah, but what I meant, like, it was something new at the time, and is still kind of doing okay with some of its fan base. And as I said, Gravity Falls had a satisfying ending. The DuckTales reboot seems to be going well, and some characters who were iffy with the first season, they're growing on me.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought back Darkwing Duck.
Yes!
They got Jim Cummings to come back. Yes! And now he's Nega Duck.
Yes! Oh, God, I was feeling my oats with that one, because holy crap, the nostalgia.
Oh my God, the nostalgia on that.
I felt like I was back, since it came out in 91 or 92, saddest little 6-year-old me was revived and just with sparkly eyes.
Your head exploded, out leaped a little version of you. Yes!
Yes, sitting right next to now 34-year-old me. Yes, I'm 34, I still like cartoons, sue me, and fuck you.
Oh god, it's like Soundwave with his little robots that live inside his chest. It's like he just opened up and out came little Wyn, and it's like, and you're like, Big Wyn's like, we shall enjoy the nostalgia. Okay.
Well, that's just it.
I don't know why I compared you to Soundwave. I'm sorry, Wyn. I'll go sit in the corner.
Yeah, despite some bad decisions, there's some good decisions, and at least they're doing a bit more service with their cartoons currently. And Star Wars Rebels, while they've been hit and miss with the franchise, Rebels is great, along with The Mandalorian, but that's not a cartoon, but I digress. But Rebels is great, and we're finally getting a wrap-up season for Clone Wars.
Oh yeah, that's finally happening.
The one thing that bothers me is that there is, and I'll say this, DuckTales, the reboot, screwed up on one thing that was really terrible, and I really cannot forgive them for it.
Oh?
They screwed up the gummy bears.
Yeah, to be fair, it is kind of a niche franchise to some, but
Yeah.
I can kind of understand because I liked that franchise too.
Well, no, but you remember, but so I'm wanting to diverge on this topic for just a moment. Then we'll get back. Then I'll go to my main.
Oh, that's
to a
fair.
point I
That's
have.
fair.
Brace yourself
So-
for the gummy bears rant, everybody.
So, things he,
Oh
things
god,
he,
everybody duck and cover.
all right, things heating up in the gummy bear fandom. So
Sorry, keep going.
So the thing about gummy bears that bothered me about the DuckTales reboot is they didn't get the formula wrong. I think they got the formula right from what I remember. What they got wrong was what the gummy bear juice does. The gummy bear juice for gummy bears makes them bounce.
Right.
For
does, but
everyone
it
else,
doubles-
it gives them super strength.
Yeah, it doubles their bounce power and it triples their strength.
So what did they do in the new one? I haven't actually seen it.
In
So.
DuckTales, all it did was it made all the characters that drank it bounce.
They probably forgot about the whole strength buffer
But
because
that doesn't make sense to me because they got every other detail about it right. Except
I
that.
didn't know that gummy bears took place in the same universe as DuckTales, actually.
It is now. I mean,
guess
technically,
they add in a few Easter eggs here and there from some Disney afternoon shows. Like, we have fucking Don Carnage from Tailspin, and I am all about it.
And Grape Zuzette is mentioned in, like, the first episode.
And just give me something to do with Chippendale Rescue Rangers, and I will be in hog heaven, because that was actually... That, aside from Gargoyles, was one of my favorite Disney afternoon shows. I was all about motherfucking... Rescue Rangers.
I'm happy to tell you
Gadget Hackwrench was my spirit animal.
Wow, the nostalgia is strong with these guys.
But I want to get to a point though, because I wanted to bring that up that annoyed me about that episode. But my main thing is like you brought up nostalgia. The nostalgia is strong with this one, and I'm like, that's the point, and I hate that.
Oh.
They're like Disney's bringing back these shows, and they're apparently the showrunners and everything else are putting in the effort to do all these callbacks, but then that kind of annoys me. That kind of let's go back into the nostalgia of of everything you loved before, and we'll bring it back and wrap it up for you in packaging, and you can have it now. Again, it bothers me because it just shows unimaginative laziness on a lot of developers' plates. Now, I'll give DuckTales credit. I'm not a big fan of it. I enjoy it. There are some aspects about it that I love, and some aspects I think it's kind of just a little bit over the top because you're pushing too much. But for the most part, like, I enjoy it, but it's also doing that nostalgia grab that I hate, because movie studios do that all the damn time. The rebooting nostalgia, rebooting nostalgia. We're getting a Jaws reboot, goddammit, in the next couple of years. I'm pissed off.
I mean, what's the last movie you can think of that wasn't either a remake or a sequel to something?
Pacific Rim?
Jupiter Ascending, or what was it, Jupiter Rising or whatever? I mean,
it was Jupiter
recently,
Ascending.
Yeah, Pacific Rim, but even Pacific Rim...
Pacific Rim wasn't based on anything except a genre.
Yeah, it was a genre thing, so...
Shape of Water.
Kind of
Shape of Water is similar to Pacific Rim, though. It's an original story or an original take on a pre-existing idea, but it isn't directly
But the thing is,
based on
it's
something.
it's not directly based on anything other than a genre type.
Yeah.
Anything made by Tarantino, because he never works on adaptations.
That is true. That is a good point.
So, but my thing is, like, it's not a matter of the genre getting a new entry into it. My problem is that they're taking a franchise that has been established, and then they're bringing it back and they're rebooting it. Dude. Like the Power Rangers movie.
Too many reboots.
Like Jurassic World, to tie it to make it all come back together to the beginning of this. Jurassic World is the most grievous excuse of nostalgia pandering I've ever experienced in a trailer and in a movie. Because they're using they're pushing it in your face about all the, hey, remember the T-Rex? Hey, remember how cool the first movie was? Hey, remember how cool everything else was? Hey, how cool the original park was? We have this character that's basically like you. except he's a nerd and he doesn't do anything important except pressing a button. That's all he does. And it's like that bothers me because it basically is trying to treat your audience like they're idiots.
Well, that's all
the only thing they're good for is giving them money because, oh, this was a big part of your childhood. Well, guess what? It's bigger and badder and more teeth and trying to make a point but actually misses the point.
I mean, that's what all the 3 new Star Wars movies were, basically. Live your childhood.
Do not get me started about how terrible because I haven't seen The Rise of Skywalker because I refuse. I refuse after The Last Jedi
Here's
to give
how I saw it. I liked The Force Awakens.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen Rise of Skywalker yet, but The Last Jedi kind of left me salty.
Yeah, it sucks. Don't worry. It's if you didn't, I don't know.
I liked half of that movie.
It's too long.
A big part of me was thinking, where is this going to go? And then I saw where it went.
And then it went nowhere. That's the problem.
Yeah.
And
then I saw
that's
the
what
movie.
happens when you. That's what happens when you let Kathleen Kennedy push you around. Where The Mandalorian's doing well because Jon Favreau pretty much told her to get the fuck out of the studio.
Well,
all right,
The Last Jedi is
the
also
Last
also the
Jedi
part
didn't
of
do as much money as Force Awakens, so we're gonna do a whole bunch of cruise control, and we're gonna fire this guy and replace him with Abrams again. And
let's get rid of Rian Johnson because his writing sucks.
Yeah. Well, no.
Apparently, Knives Out was a good movie.
There should have been 2 movies. You know, they basically should have just made Episode 10 and said, "Screw it. Okay, this one's not gonna be a trilogy. It's gonna actually have 4 parts." They should have just done that.
Yeah. Hold on.
And it would have been much better because.
Wait, I just need to say something. Andres says Knives Out is a good movie, correct?
Apparently, it's a good movie.
Okay. If you saw it, because
apparently it's a good movie. Have you seen it, Andres?
Yes.
No, I have not. But just word of mouth.
Okay. No. I just want to be fair to Ryan because the Johnson director guy, he does good work when it's his own original material, but when he does adaptations, it's iffy. And this was before Star Wars, but
it's like I think
sorry.
our mutual Denny, our mutual friend Steve brought something up where like clearly Rian Johnson came from an indie background, and since being from an indie background, he's used to doing things his own way, as opposed to working with a set plan.
Yeah.
So definitely he was clearly not the right kind of guy for the job, despite however many good ideas he may have had. Execution wise, he clearly did not gel with whatever it was that J.J. Abrams was planning ahead.
Yeah, and
let's face it.
Not only that, I'm sorry, let me just say this. I think Kathleen Kennedy, and I don't want to bash on the poor girl because she's a girl, like a lot of toxic Star Wars fans are doing these days, but she really reminds me of like the kind of poorly done management you find in a lot of these entertainment companies, like DC Comics. They don't allow the different writers of different series to talk to each other, especially during the crossover events, where you have to have these elements connect to each other. I have a weird feeling Kathleen Kennedy is similar, where there's like no game plan, just do these projects, and then if they don't fail, then do the course correction. And my brother Gabe saw the Rise of Skywalker, and he was really upset. Like, he didn't like Last Jedi, but he at least wanted them to at least grow a pair and at least follow through with the elements that were set up, as opposed to Rise of Skywalker, which is just a soft reboot within a soft reboot within a reboot nostalgia grab.
That makes me want to not see it anymore.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
so here's
does everything. Yeah.
So 2 things. Kathleen Kennedy is an example of the producer who tries to put in too much pressure on the people who are making the thing, because she did push a lot of her stuff into it. Secondly, I can't buy on Rian Johnson. A broken clock is right twice a day. Okay, so Rian Johnson can make good movies, but when he openly admits in video documentaries that he would rather make a movie that pisses off half the people and they hate it, and the other half of the audience that loves it, that he'd rather make that movie than something that's universally accepted and enjoyed by everyone, i.e. a good movie. So when he says stuff like that, I do not believe for one goddamn minute he's actually, good at what he does. He likes pissing people off, because a broken clock is right twice a day. Rian Johnson can make a good movie once in a while, but The Last Jedi was shit.
I don't know. I thought it was okay. Die, Ralph!
Get the fuck out! Get out of my stream!
wait a minute. This is my stream. Not anymore.
Not anymore.
He's taking it over like Kathleen Kennedy took over Star Wars.
Oh,
The
no.
Yeti has taken over.
I guess I'll have no choice but to work on Into the Spider-Verse then. Bye, guys. And it just cuts to me like swimming through like cash and Academy Awards like Scrooge McDuck. Yay!
But you know, like getting back to what we were talking about before with nostalgia and everything.
Thank you.
You know, that's just sort of like how the industry's going, right? Nobody wants to take a risk with an unproved property, and it's because movies are so expensive. You know, it's like you got to make a summer blockbuster. It's going to cost you $200 million now, and you have to do that in order to compete with Marvel and compete with like, you know, Star Wars
Disney.
and Marvel, Disney, and all that. And it kind of sucks because that's the conundrum they're in. It's like, well, eventually they're going to run out of stuff. And like, you know, the good thing about it is that we get stuff we like. You know, King Kong versus Godzilla's coming. That's an example. Or, you know, they're making another He-Man cartoon on Netflix. Kevin
Directed
Smith.
by
And
Kevin
Mark
Smith?
Hamill is Skeletor. I'm looking forward to that.
I don't know if you guys know, but
there is one original piece that seems to be doing well that I am heavily enjoying right now, and that's the Dragon Prince, since it is written by the guys who worked on Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yes,
That's
the Dragon
original.
Prince is actually really good, and it does feel like an Avatar: The Last Airbender spiritual successor. I feel it when I watch
By
it.
the way, I need to read out Braden's comment. A broken clock is right twice a day. The George Lucas story.
It's a funnier quote.
I'm not
than
arguing that. I'm not honestly going to argue that because you know there's stuff that happened with the prequel movies with George Lucas that should have been nipped in the bud.
Hello?
Yes.
Nope.
Okay.
Still here.
All right. Yeah. It was one of those. Okay, I thought the stream exploded or something. So silently.
We can only be so lucky.
Yes. So.
Ooh, that's the problem.
Okay. So. Yeah, it does. You know, you do bring up a good point. These movies are so terribly expensive. Silence, dog. We don't want to hear about your controversial opinions of streaming. These movies are so expensive that they really are made in committee, and you know, with no risks taken whatsoever. And when risks do happen, they tend to be monumental misfires. Like there are elements about The Last Jedi I liked a lot, but at the same time, just the execution and the misuse of the said execution just really rubbed me the wrong way.
But
And-
to bring the side note here, because you're saying that like people is being done by committee, you can kind of feel it with the Marvel movies because a lot of them just seem like retreads of themselves.
Exactly. Like what is it? I think I heard a rumor that the reason Marvel has such crappy villains in the movie is not because it's bad writing or what a lot of comic book fans will whine about. Oh, they're not the X-Men, they're Spider-Man villains. That's why they suck. But because the studio notes is, people like the heroes way more than they ever like the villains or any conflict outside the heroes. So just undermine the villains as much as you can. You know, and you kind of see that a lot in the comic book industry. Unless it's a big seller like Joker, they don't do anything with the Batman villains anymore. And they're constantly trying to throw... Dog! I am trying to make a point! What? You want to see the Snyder Cut? There is no Snyder Cut. It's a lie.
Oh God, I saw that.
Yeah. Anyways,
I mean,
my dog's a big DC fan, by the way. Anyways, but no, my point is you do, like, what is it? In DC, they really are, like, underusing a lot of their older villains. And there's so many good villains they can use and bring back, but but
your dog has to go take a pee.
You're probably right. I'll throw him outside. You guys talk amongst each other.
I mean, I think there's a weird thing that happened with Marvel when the Marvel movies started getting done that I noticed that was kind of a little bit offsetting for me, was the popularity of some of the villains because of how charismatically they were portrayed, specifically Loki. Loki got a comic book series that turned him into more of a trickster anti-hero rather than the trickster villain. It is after Thor came out and after the Avengers came out, because I specifically remember because I was picking up this comic. It was Loki, Agent of Asgard.
Oh yeah.
And it was one of those things where it's like, this guy is supposed to be like the most villainous of villains, and he's now an anti-hero, and he's being drawn a lot like Tom Hiddleston. A lot.
Yeah, they do that a lot. Whenever a movie comes out, then the comics kind of like adapt to the movie.
Right, because nobody reads the comics, or at least not a significant portion of audiences do not read comics, and so the comic industry or the mainstream publishers really want to appeal to those people because there's far more people watching the movies than there are reading the comics, and so they want to go in that direction, and it never works.
To emphasize that point, so the comics industry combined with manga and everything, imports all of it, is about $1 billion a year. So you think, okay, well, one Marvel movie is $1 billion.
Right, exactly, yeah. One movie can outgross the entirety of the comics industry, and that is kind of sad.
That's everything.
All
Marvel,
of it.
DC,
Well, then here's
imports, indies, everything.
Here's
adds
my
up
question.
To one in-game movie. It's
right,
ridiculous.
So here's my question then.
Sure.
Why do people care about these comic book movies then?
Because
why do people?
Because they are more easily accessible from a practical sense and a storytelling sense than comic books, I'm assuming.
And to be fair, in some aspects, they can also be a nice little gateway to get people into buying and enjoying them.
Exactly.
But
here's the thing, right?
What's the actual numbers that correlate with that? Like, what's the actual data that shows comic book sales increase after big movie events, like the big Endgame event we had last year?
I don't think they do.
Right. So why go around saying, which not to say that you're wrong with that, Wyn, but just saying like, where's their data for? Because I've heard that claim before.
Mm-hmm.
Where is their data that supports that?
It's not a lasting phenomenon. So
right.
Endgame
maybe it'll be like Sorry,
right?
Go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's like Endgame will come out, and then for maybe like 2 or 3 issues, sales will go up. But what that really mostly is are established customers that are going in and buying comics that they hadn't bought before. And then, and they do get new readers, but new readers tend to not hang around so much. So it's not like a permanent, they don't get a permanent bump where it just keeps going up and up. It's like it'll be a bump for like a little while, and then it'll go back down. And so each movie that comes out, they get a spike, and then it's down and spike. So that's kind of that's more of what it looks like.
Well, the same thing happens when they launch a new series, though. Like when they do like a new Spider-Man, new Spider-Man 1. It'll the
20th relaunch of Captain Marvel.
Right.
But what you're asking before, like, what's the value of these movies? Like, people like they're basically.
Well, it's not really what the value is. It's like, why are they so goddamn popular if the main source material is such a niche?
I guess
it's something you can bring your entire family to. You know what I mean? So, first off, it doesn't take a lot of investment to jump into it. So if you want to like read Iron Man, then you have to like make any sense of it. Then you end up reading about the lore of Iron Man that goes back for 60 years at this point, right? But if you want to watch Endgame, then you don't even need to watch all of the movies. You just need to watch a couple of the Avengers ones to get up on the story. And you're like, okay, and that's Iron Man. You see what I mean? So it's more accessible to new entrants into the for example, my father was actually asking me about it. He's like, what's the deal with these Marvel movies? And so I sat down. I'm like, oh, you got to watch this one and in this order and all this stuff. And my little sister comes up and says, just watch that one. Okay. And he's like, okay. And that's right. It's like, you don't have to spend a year researching it in order to like understand what the story is. You know what I mean? So it's a lot more accessible. It's like it's the Happy Meal version of comics, basically, right?
Yeah, that's how my mom that's how I got my mom into the Marvel franchises I was into. I got her to watch the movies, as did my dad, and because beforehand I only had my dad to kind of share some of the love with, because when I was a kid, I saw the X-Men cartoon. I saw Batman the animated series. My dad kind of walked in on me watching them Saturday morning and decided to
What
take
are
me
you
to
watching?
comic
How
book
dare you? It's Saturday morning cartoons.
Oh no, no, not necessarily that. More or
Okay.
less that he kind of grinned with glee seeing that I was into these shows because he's been a huge Spidey fan since like late high school, early college. Because Spider-Man premiered when he was in those teen years. Because
Oh.
if my dad were alive to this day, he'd be about 72 right now. But I digress. He saw me that I was into this and asked, did I like these? So he drove me to the comic book shop that was a couple blocks from our house and let me pick out 3 comics that looked like it got my attention. I've been addicted ever since.
Oh, that's such
So-
a sweet story.
Your mileage may vary on how people get into things. Like in my case, I got into cartoons because of... I mean, not cartoons. Comic books because of the cartoons when I was a kid. Got addicted since. My dad found them a stress reliever in high school. So that's what got him into comics. And in my mom's case, her comic preferences were more along the lines of Peanuts and Disney, she got into the Marvel-verse when I started hitting my teenage years because we had her watch X-Men 2. And the first Spider-Man movie. So, the mileage varies in terms of gateways. It's easy to consume, it's easy to absorb, and kind of get an idea, where a lot of us who are more veteran in the comic department have kind of been there since day one. So, it's kind of a nice little treat for newbies to see if that kind of medium is for them.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, I'm back too, so.
But yeah, as I said, mileage varies. Mom got into comics aside from Peanuts and Disney thanks to Dad and I showing her Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 1 and X-Men 2. And I got into comics because I saw the cartoons and my dad let me pick out 3 comic books from the comic book shop.
Yeah, I kind of had a similar experience with my family in the Batman animated series. Apparently my mom was a DC fan. She grew up with a lot of those comics and a lot of trading cards they would buy from the corner store. But when Batman the animated series came by, that's when both the folks really got an interest in sharing some of the classic Batman stories with us. And apparently Mom recognized the Laughing Fish tale, so when there was a compilation of like the Joker's greatest hits, that was in there. So, but yeah, that's a sweet story, actually, Wyn. It's a lot better than Denny Roth's 8-hour rant against Star Wars.
Oh, believe me, you have no idea the rants I've gone on with my writer about The Last Jedi and Star Wars recently. Oh, it's...
Right.
I went on a rant about the Sonic movie when they announced they were going to do the redesign. I went on a rant about it when the first trailer dropped. I mean, you want a deep dive? We'll do a deep dive.
So wait, are we sharing our how we got into comic book story?
If you want to share,
it was more. My answer and regaling was more or less to kind of answer the question, and the TLDR in this case are the mileage varies. Movies are easier to kind of consume and catch up with. A lot of the lore most of us veterans that got into comic books have absorbed forever thanks to generations of our own means of getting into them, being just stumbling into a comic book shop or just getting into the cartoon and having someone show you the way. Because it's nice to have those gateways because, hey, the more the merrier. More comics, more stuff to read, a little something for everyone. Where there, unfortunately, if they tried any other means, there are some who aren't as fortunate because there is a lot of gatekeeping that goes on.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I was about to comment on that actually. In the fandoms that we represent, there is a lot of that kind of gatekeeping. You know, you're not a true fan unless you've read this, this, and this kind of stuff going on. You know, I think for me, like, speaking of how I got into comics, when I was a kid, I never really read them. I was always more like, I used to read Mad Magazine. That was my thing when I was like, you know, a small child. And it wasn't until I was like in like junior high school, I think, when I actually started buying like superhero comics, you know, because back in the day they used to cost 75 cents, right? Like in the 80s. So walking home, there was this liquor store that I would stop by, and school lunch used to be $1. So I'd have $1 if I didn't buy lunch that day, that I could like buy candy or something with, and like, oh, there's comics. So I started buying comic books, and that kind of something to read on the way home, because it, you know, I lived like a good 5 miles away. That it, you know, and but really, it really didn't really start taking off until my big brother gave me the Wolverine limited series. Like, he had a 4-issue limited series that before the main series started, which was like kind of like, actually it's kind of pricey nowadays. So that was like my first exposure to like a superhero comic, was Wolverine, you know. And in that issue, he's like fights this grizzly bear to the death. You know, and it's very like very, very something that you would not give a small child. So I thought that was really cool and like, you know, adult and stuff. And I was like, wow, this is like bloody. And so that kind of got me into it.
For me, when I started getting into comics, was really only because I was really only interested in one thing at the time. I was interested in Sonic the Hedgehog. And so my first comic series really was Sonic the Hedgehog, but I also, because my grandma worked at the local grocery store, which had like the classic rack of comics, not the shelves of comics, but like the rack of comics where you have like, you know, Superman, Flash, DC. We had a bunch of Archie stuff came in. Like, I saw a couple of DC comics come in occasionally, but mostly it was like Archie and some stuff like that. So I got the Archie series. I got Sonic the Hedgehog. I got some Scooby-Doo comics from the 90s.
I know those shelves.
And that was how I kind of got into comics as a start, because then afterwards I collected the Godzilla comics, and I kept collecting just the Sonic comics for a while. When Hastings started focusing more on their comic collection, I started kind of getting more involved in the rest of the comic series, which is like, you know, I got into Static Shock, I got into the New 52 stuff, started with Flashpoint pretty much, because DC wants to reboot their stuff every couple of years, and it gets really stupid. And I don't want to.
You're not happy with Super Duper Final Ultimate Crisis Infinity times 8?
Oh my God! DC feels the need to reboot their series every 2 years. At least Marvel's been more consistent with their shit.
They're doing it again, aren't they? They're going to reboot it again.
All right, aren't they going to do that thing where they're going to replace? Like, aren't they going to do that thing to replace all the major superheroes like Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman with a more diverse cast?
No, that's Marvel.
No. I think DC's going to do it as well.
I don't know, but there's just, the rumor is that there's going to be a Marvel DC crossover, and then DC is going to reboot again, a la New 52, all over again. So,
I mean,
which is ridiculous. It's like they just got finished doing that.
I don't know. I honestly don't know what DC's doing. Like, the Flashpoint thing was really cool, and the 52 was a neat little reboot. So I guess so they can have new readers not worry about the hundreds of back issues. But I don't think it really matters, because at this point, most of the people who read know who these characters are anyways. So it's really weird when I'm reading something like, you know, it wasn't Public Enemies. It was Batman and Superman. This Batman and Superman comic, which is still like issue like 192 or whatever, and then the New 52 stuff is right next to it as new as well. I'm sitting here going, I'll read one, and I'm like, this is the tone is so different. It's a little bit nerve-wracking.
So, do you guys have any insight into this? Because there's other rumors right? Now these are just rumors that that they're just going to go they're either going to go completely digital, or they're just going to shut down printing at all and focus on movies and then license characters out.
From what I understand,
and if that happens, then Disney is going to license all of their characters.
Yeah.
So then basically it'll integrate Batman and Superman and Green Lantern into the fucking Marvel universe, which would be awesome in one respect, but would also be horrible in another respect, because that means Disney has a monopoly now on comics.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Do you guys have any insight into this? Are their sales really that bad?
From what I understand, the DC. I don't think there's going to be the DC Marvel merging, but I do think DC is cutting back a lot of its titles, and they either are going to go with the digital route, or they just going to heavily focus on just a handful of titles in a physical form.
I mean, are they really not making any money at this? I mean, come on.
Well, I know this. I know Marvel is definitely doing a lot better with their movies and their comics. Also, from what I heard, there's a third party nobody wants to talk about in this whole comic book industry, and that's Diamond
Distribution.
Yes.
Diamond's terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, they pretty much have it in hold.
To bring up my friend Keith Foster's comic, Kadoja. So Kadoja is published by what was it called? Darn it! What was the publisher? Let me just check right now. But it's published by a publisher that works.
Boom Studios.
Not Boom Studios. It was. Let's see here.
IDW.
Not IDW. I think it was called
Valiant.
215 Inc. So 215 Inc. is the publisher, and 215 Inc. Does business with Diamond Distribution. And so through Diamond Distribution, the first volume of the Kadoja comic got distributed to comics shops. And in fact, when I was in San Diego, when I was home for the holidays in December, I actually found a physical copy of Volume 1 in my local comic shop. However, when it came to Volume 2, only the first issue got distributed by Diamond. Diamond did not want to distribute any other comics after issue 1 of Volume 2. So it's if you want to get your hands on the rest of Volume 2, you got to either meet Keith Foster himself or 215 Inc. at any convention they'll be appearing in, or get it digitally on Comixology. And so there's no way to get your hands on volume 2 other than simply because Diamond thinks that the sales for issue 1 of volume 2 wasn't good enough.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of how it's going now. It's as much as I would love, because I self-published too. In fact, me and Raph did a comic together that we self-published a few years ago. As much as I would love to see my comics in stores, it just doesn't seem to be something that's going to be very feasible, specifically for that reason that you're mentioning. It's you have to go through this middleman that can make business decisions on your behalf that basically makes or breaks your career, which is kind of bullshit, but well,
that's also the thing, is because Diamond also requires you to buy a certain amount. Because one of my friends actually ran a comic shop here in Hayes, because our Hastings closed down. If any of you guys are familiar with Hastings, it's kind of like a pop culture place. They did movie rentals, video game rentals, movie sales, video game sales, comic sales.
I've heard of Hastings. We don't have Hastings in Los Angeles, but Hastings sounded like a much cooler version of oh darn it! Some of the the warehouse and some of the shops we used to have before they all closed down.
Right, but it was basically like a geek mecca where you could go in and look and find neat things to buy. It had games, movie posters, music, basically all that stuff. And so people wanted it to be just like Hastings, which unfortunately for Hastings, our Hastings was doing really good compared to a lot of the others around the country, because it's had stuff you really can't get at Walmart,
Right.
But we had a comic shop that had to grow into that because didn't have the money to spend in that. But Diamond has a lot of weird restrictions on how much you can get at what prices and what price breaks. And that was a rough part for my friend here because he was trying to get a whole bunch of stuff, and even though he was ordering stuff that would appeal to a large audience, like hardly any of it sold because the people that it's targeted towards either aren't interested in comics, were not interested in comics, and sometimes also because the town didn't help advertise the store at all because our town's stupid like that. But it kind of nipped it in the bud for him, and I really kind of sad because I helped run it with him. I helped him, get it set up, and I came over and helped him out get stuff sorted out. But it was such a noose around his neck for how much he had to order from Diamond and what Diamond would let him order. And even when you're doing specialty orders, you still have to go the extra mile to get Diamond to send you anything.
Yeah, and from what I also understand, doesn't Diamond also takes an even bigger cut out of that as far as taxes go?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, and it kind of sucks because they're the only game in town. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like if you want something distributed nationwide, it's like you got to go through that. It's kind of bullshit.
Right, and if you want to go through them, you got to sign up with a publisher, I'm assuming. So because I want to go through things the solo route with Draco Azul, good luck. There's fat chance of me ever getting my comic distributed widely in stores. But then again, I always feel like the online market through Amazon is the better deal anyways because everybody shops on Amazon these days.
I was going to say...
it is. It definitely is because you'll make more money per unit. Like if you're thinking about it from that monetary sense, even though like say for example you sell your comic digitally online for $1, like you'll still make more per unit than if you sold it in a shop for $3.99, just because you don't have the printing costs, you don't have this middleman taking it out of you.
Exactly.
Even if Amazon takes 30%, you're still making more, or even if you just like say print up a small number and you sell it on a site like Etsy or something like that.
Yeah.
You're still coming out.
Oh yeah, that's what Denny does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sell it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
With his comic, which you should all check out, by the way.
No one cares.
Marshall Star.
What's the name of your comic?
Marshall Star.
It's very fun. If you're a big fan of like Outlaw Star or Cowboy Bebop, I would definitely recommend it. Trigun, of course, too, was an inspiration. Correct?
It's funny you mention. Yes, it's funny you mention Outlaw Star because a fellow friend, me and Andres have Chris Martinez.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking about doing a re-release of Outlaw Star. And Chris messaged me like right away, says they took your idea, and I'm looking at it going, no, it's the other way around. You're getting it mixed up.
Right.
I took their idea.
Although I would recommend you should put more buxom cat girl aliens in your series. That's just me though. That's probably just a recommendation.
Look.
He got an exotic dancer in there. Okay,
I've got several in the first chapter.
Several exotic dancers, yes. And there's the link for Marshall. There's the link for Denny's comic, so go out there and buy it.
Yes, I'll be sharing it on the live stream in a moment. So
now that you mention it, I think when I first joined Sunday Night Live, I remember you mentioning it when I brought up wanting to do voice work, because I thought I heard of a...
Yes, that's right, Denny. This is the guy who was talking about Wyn.
Yes.
Holy shit!
This fucker right here.
My show sucks, but it brings people together. Network people.
Oh, God.
And there's issue 2. I don't think Denny ever put issue 3 on the store.
Issue 3 is not on Etsy. I've been trying to hold off on that because I've got a I'm running into a really odd point in my life here too, because I'm going to be moving up to Seattle and I might have a job up there already. I don't know.
Oh shit.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm kind of keeping a lot of it under wraps for the most part because I don't have anything.
Thanks to my show too. Hooray!
Fuck
Raph,
you,
don't take credit. Don't take credit for this. This isn't you.
I created the universe. Yay!
But no,
Sorry.
I don't have anything confirmed here yet, which I'm hoping to get a confirmation here in a couple more days about possible job offers. So the hiring agency reached out to me yesterday, so we'll see.
Thank you. That is incredible news, Denny, and I couldn't be happier for you.
Well,
Then
we'll be rooting for you. And if you do any future projects with Marshall Starr where you need someone to read out lines for your characters, you've got a pro bono person right here.
Yeah. Oh no, she's a great actress. You'll love her. So.
I was trying to think. Yeah, because I don't know what we're doing for any kind of thing like that. So I don't know. There were some other people that showed interest. I don't know what we're doing with it as far as any kind of line reading or character reading or anything like that. So that kind of got tossed up in the air in the last couple of months because the last couple of years due to various things. Again, I am working on Chapter 4. I'm going to try and have it done by May so we can take it to VanCaf.
Ooh.
Take it to where?
VanCaf in Vancouver.
Okay. Oh, right. So you're going to head over to Canada again.
Yeah.
Yep, we're going to head to Vancouver. Me and Declan are going to go, which Declan's currently neck deep in schoolwork right now. So
because he's back in school.
Yep, I've been sending him updates as I've been getting it, and it's been a little bit exhausting to the point where I'm kind of getting distracted way too easy. Plus, I go out Okay, you guys want to know something stupid that happened? I went to go see Steve, me and Andres' friend, up in Seattle to kind of get me prepared for some of that and go over some stuff there. What happened was while I was there was a new pen tablet display on sale, and it was looking at what they had on sale. Like this is like $400, which is a little bit cheaper than the one I had. And I ordered it Friday, Valentine's Day. I get home Tuesday at like 2 a.m. And I look on my kitchen table, and there is a giant-ass box sitting there. I'm like, what the hell is that? So I look over just out of curiosity to see if Jake just didn't open something he got. And I look at it and go, the hell? This is for me. Open it again. It's my monitor. It got to my house before I did.
Oh,
I ordered it less than 4 days previously. And I was like, this thing got to my home before I did. What the hell?
I'm sorry, but it sounds like the alternate ending to A Brave Little Toaster.
A
bold little screen.
Do we want to answer Macabre's question?
Oh my goodness! If we do it quickly, but other than that, let's just do it. Let's make it quick.
What is everyone's favorite horror film? I know yours, but I want to know the others. Can anyone guess my icon? It's too small for me to tell. Yeah. But mine is John Carpenter's The Thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Right. I'm a big fan of Evil Dead 2, but I've always had a thing for horror comedies. But on a tie, I also really like this horror movie from Hammer Films called The Devil's Bride with Peter Cushing fighting against a satanic cult in 1920s England. And it's not really full horror, but it has a lot of really good fantasy elements, and Peter Cushing himself was heavy into the writing, and as people know or don't know, Peter Cushing was such a nerd. He was one of us. So he very much he was like, this is how the book should be written. This is how the movie should be done. Yay, I'm a sorcerer. So, but yeah, The Devil's Bride and Evil Dead 2 are two movies I really like. But I really can't pick one because I was going to mention Ravenous, which is an offbeat turn-of-the-century Western horror movie that I'm not going to reveal the plot to, but it's very twisted and enjoyable. And those are the three I'll pick at the moment. So you guys go on. Yeah, you go.
You guys, somebody else go. I'm still thinking of mine.
Okay. Denny or Wyn?
Honestly, it's hard for me to pick.
Okay.
Because most of my stuff is... Because there's a lot I've watched, a lot I've enjoyed, some I was kind of squiggy on. But the few that come to mind probably technically wouldn't count as horror, but it has horror kind of characters, which would be the both Vampire Hunter D films, the original and Bloodlust.
Yeah, I'd say those count.
Yeah, those are really good.
Yeah, especially Bloodlust. Would recommend.
Mm-hmm. It's like they took the original Vampire Hunter D and gave it a brand new coat of paint because it was a new animated movie.
No.
No? Okay.
The writing's fantastic. The English dub is perfect.
Right.
You can never go wrong with Madhouse Studios animation. Just, ooh.
Was that the it's the same...
Yeah, for Bloodlust. The original, I think it was a different studio.
The same guys that did Ninja Scroll, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes. Right. I guess I'll go next. So, if I had to choose a couple, it's hard to say the favorite one. I mean, Toxic Avenger, there you go, but that's not really a horror movie. It's more of a horror comedy.
Yeah, I picked Evil Dead too. Go ahead and say it. Pick it. And there's some pretty grisly moments.
I'd have to say Dawn of the Dead, probably. And then also Reanimator is another one that I always really liked. I mean, I really like just 80s horror movies in general. You know, sort of slasher flicks. Like, the cheesier, the better. I mean, The Thing was already mentioned, and that I think is probably the best horror movie ever made, is The Thing. But yeah, I'd have to go with those.
I don't watch that much horror, so I really can't say, but I will say for certain that Alien, Ridley Scott Alien
for sure,
is really good in what it does. So I think that is a worthy that'd be my pick, because I'm trying to go through all the horror ones I watch, which are mostly creature features. Although I will give an honorable mention to two movies, the giant Gila monster, old black and white one, as well as I do like watching The Great Behemoth.
Nice.
Okay, and Andres already shared. Okay, we all shared our horror choices.
I think The Blob has to be in there somewhere too.
Right, the original or the remake, or both?
Remake.
Okay.
Remake.
Yeah, okay. It's
a good movie if you haven't seen it lately. The remake of The Blob is actually really good.
Oh no, I think it's one of the best giant monster movies ever made. The remake of The Blob. Although I know at this house it's religious law that we must worship Steve McQueen. So okay, and with that said, we've been going on for 4 hours. I think now's a good time to call it quits. So do you guys want to finish up and give any final thoughts or farewells or anything?
I think I've said my piece for this podcast. Until next time.
Okay.
I guess I could just say who I am, and yeah, well, my name is Mark. That's me on screen right there, wearing the tinfoil hat in front of my action figures. Those are my action figures. This was fun. Come see me on DeviantArt. My channel is called Why I Hate the World. And then I have another one called UCD Videos. I'm on DeviantArt at Hawanja and on DeviantArt. And then also Instagram on Dirty Kitchen Press at Instagram. And I have a webcomic that has not been updated in a decade at hawanja.com, which I'm working on that. That's going to get updated pretty soon. And hope to do this again with you guys sometime.
Yeah, no, this was a very pleasant experience. It's like you kept the Raph mockery to a minimum, everybody. I appreciate that.
Damn, we gotta try harder next time, everyone.
Right, I blame Andres. You're supposed to be the lead of this evil. Okay, so I'm just gonna end it now because I know a certain somebody wants. Go on, you go.
Well, I do want to say, I do want to take the chance to pimp out my comics. So it's available on Amazon, on Kindle, on Comixology, digitally, physically. Any way you want it, just the way you need it, any way you want it.
Come on, you know what I mean.
Nice.
So yeah, it's on Amazon. I shared the link with Raph right here. It's if you like giant robots, if you like giant monsters, give it a shot. There's tons of reviews on YouTube and Amazon to check it out. And you can follow the Facebook page for tons of new projects in the pipeline. We got ourselves a figure that's hopefully will be ready and made. I'll be making an appearance at G-Fest, and I'm also working on a novella, which is an anthology of short stories featuring 3 Draco Azul stories set between the first and upcoming second issue, as well as a bonus issue featuring a brand new IP / giant robot tale. Let's see. Other than that, that seems to be it. So yeah, buy it, read it, share it.
I'm Denny Roth, illustrator, paleontologist, IT, jack of all trades, generalist of everything.
Mythic cryptid as well.
I am legendary. Thank you very much.
Okay.
How else does he keep eluding those rednecks?
Exactly.
Savior of Chupacabras.
Chupacabras. I have Chupatines. I am the creative lead and artist of Martial Star, and you want to get copies of it, fine. You can find the website martialstar.thecomicseries.com, as well as check out my art on drstudios.deviantart.com. And I like to think I'm a pleasant person to talk to. These guys may disagree, but you know what? They're wrong. So
get burned in hell.
Exactly my point.
Right. So
support indie creators, guys,
and support your local police.
Because sure as hell the bigger companies won't.
Yes, that is true.
And eventually they will fall, and then we will inherit the earth.
With Amazon's buck. So go to hell, Diamond Distribution. So anyways, and I'm Raffin Shoma. I'm the failed ringleader of this little circus. And
all hail our mighty Lord and Savior Jeff Bezos.
Yes, indeed. Whoever that is.
He's the owner of Amazon.
Oh. Ugh. I see we sold out to one of the great old ones. Great job, Andre.
You've doomed us all.
Yes. But anyways, thank you very much. This was a very fun live stream. Thank you, everyone in the chat section, how little there were. And I'm going to leave the main chat. You guys can talk to each other for a minute longer because I know Brayton wants to talk a bit. But I need to do some closing out music. So
yeah, I sleep, dude. I'm sorry.
Okay, but
it's just like I want to crash too.
Okay,
but thanks. It was cool meeting all you guys, and next time we do this, I'll definitely join in.
Yeah, I'll try to do it even earlier still. But yeah, Wyn and Andra stick around for a little bit longer.
Yeah, there is something I want to talk to you about, Raph.
Oh yeah, definitely. I know exactly what it is, and it's no big deal. So, but
good night, you guys.
All right. Good night.
I'm out of here.
Okay, and
like I said, Mondays and Wednesdays are normally my best nights so far.
Right now, Mondays and Wednesdays and the weekends, pretty much good for me. Or if it's about this time, later, then Tuesday can work. But
Oh, okay. We'll talk scheduling later, but this is ending up like an episode of The Waltons. It's like we're gonna take like 8 minutes of just saying good night, John Boy. Good night.
Just push the button, Raph.
Good night, Wyn. Good night. Whatever.
Push the button, Raph.
I'll push when I feel like it. Like now.